So, I thought they were second anyway.
Yes. Right there's. I know it's, but there's several of us that are received both sides, but. It's. You know,
I'm on jet. I see.
I'm this, I just heard this word.
Well, I have to go to that.
And please take your seats. I'd like to now call to order the School Innovation and Turnaround Committee, which is a committee of the whole. Roll call, please.
Mr. Pell?
Here.
Mr. Pell is present. Dr. Armstrong?
Here.
Dr. Armstrong is present. Mr. Birkin?
Here.
Mr. Birkin is present. Mr. Castillo?
Here.
Mr. Castillo is present. Ms. Champagne?
Here.
Ms. Champagne is present. Dr. Clark? Dr. Clark is present. Mr. Harris?
Here.
Mr. Harris is present. Mr. Hollis? Mr. Hollis is not present. Ms. Holloway? Ms. Holloway is not present. Ms. Mellerini?
Here.
Ms. Mellerini is present. Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Morris is present. You have a quorum.
Great, thank you, ma'am. What's our next item?
Your first item is on page 1, item 2.1, consideration of an update report regarding school performance scores and key performance indicators. The recommendation is to receive.
I get a motion to receive. Ms. Champagne, Mr. Harris, seconds. Report, please. Ready?
Thanks, Mr. Castillo. Ms. Gilson, our Assistant Superintendent for School Choice, will make this presentation.
Good morning, Dr. Bromley and board members. This morning, I'm happy to share the key performance indicator update from the Office of School Choice, focused on educational choice for students and families. We believe educational freedom opportunities in Louisiana should be abundant for our families. We seek to expand choice options and remove barriers to accessing educational environments and models that make the most sense for our students. When the work on the KPIs first started, the focus was to reduce the percentage of students attending failing schools by 5 percentage points. However, the work and progress in this area has led us to modify the KPI to reducing the percentage annually by 1 percentage point. Thank you. I'd like to begin by reminding you of the connection between all of our KPIs and Louisiana's accountability scorecard. KPI updates that you have already considered from various departments: early childhood, educator effectiveness, teaching and learning, diverse learners, and more, along with the associated endeavors, essentially help us meet this goal of reducing the number of students in failing schools. Additionally, keep in mind the work being done by the Recovery School District to reduce the number of failing schools across our state. Focusing on the first set of metrics, we see the continuous decline of students enrolled in failing schools. During the 22-23 school year, the number was at 6.7%. During the 23-24 school year, we saw a reduction of 2.2% and another 1.4% reduction in the next school year, giving us the 3.1% in 2024 that you see now. So now let's focus on our key endeavors and the work being done in the Office of School Choice and the measurable goals associated with those endeavors. We begin with Louisiana's first education scholarship program called LA Gator. The Louisiana Giving All True Opportunity to Rise LA Gator Scholarship was created by Act 1 of the 2024 Louisiana Legislature and signed into law by Governor Jeff Landry. This provides eligible families with scholarships so that they may use them for accounts for school tuition, tutoring, educational therapies, textbooks, and curricula. They may also use them for dual enrollment courses and uniform. The LA Gator program will take the place of Louisiana's scholarship program known as LSP. Our work around this endeavor focused not only on increasing the number of program participants, but also increasing the number of participating schools. There are 121 schools participating in LSP, which is about 30% of the eligible non-public schools. we set an immediate goal of enrolling 75% of those eligible non-public schools, giving us a long-term goal of 85% each year of eligible schools enrolled in LA Gator. An extensive amount of pre-work was done immediately after the passage of the bill to engage our LSP schools and capture those schools interested in Gator. We had several supporting, I want to get to that slide for you so that you can see the presentations and support sessions that were provided to those schools and to those families so that there would be a seamless transition into the program. We have a 107% increase in the number of schools participating in LA Gator compared to LSP. As it relates to our immediate goal, we have exceeded that by adding 153 eligible non-public schools to the LA Gator program. We also wanted to ensure a smooth process for families of current LSP schools. We collaborated with our LSP schools and families by hosting webinars and office hours to make certain that those families successfully completed their application in the Odyssey platform. Our goal was to have 95% of our K through 11 grade students transition, and we met this goal with 96%. And this slide will actually show you the number of students in LSP, K11, and then the number who are officially enrolled in the scholarship program in K11 as well. This work is ongoing and we will continue to review and evaluate schools to ensure that they are ready for Gator students in the fall. Now I'll shift to our charter office endeavors. As a department, we wanted to continue to provide tools and resources and webinars to help local authorizers become high-quality authorizers and experts in charter school governance. One approach to this is through our Excellence in Authorizing cohorts. Through our collaboration with the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, the department provides participants with professional development opportunities. The invitation to participate in the Excellence in Authorizing cohort is extended to all LEAs. However, the department does strategically target districts looking to expand their charter school portfolio and districts who have existing charters looking to further develop their authorizing policies. Our annual goal is to have 15 LEAs participate in the Excellence in Authorizing training. 27 have participated thus far, and we actually met that goal of having 15 who are currently enrolled in the Excellence in Authorizing and 2 who on just last week want to know if they can still get into the program. So we're really excited about that. The final key endeavor focuses on expansion of high-quality seats. The charter school program provides funding to existing and to established charters so that they can increase the number of seats in communities where there are low-performing schools, limited options, or an interest in specialty charters. As you know, the department received a $55.5 million CSP grant in September of 2023. Over a 5-year period, we aim to add over 5,000 seats to new, expanding, or replicating charter schools. So let's take a look at our CSP progress thus far. In year 1, the grant established a goal of 2 awards and 400 seats. In year 1, we met that goal of 2 awards. However, 865 seats were added. In year 2, the grant has a goal of 6 awards. 5 grants have been added thus far, with 1 being recommended for your approval at a later committee meeting. To date, 2,632 seats have been added across the state. In addition to the Excellence in Authorizing cohort, we also have 18 board presidents who've attended our BESI authorized board member training. Additionally, board members from 32 BESI authorized schools have also completed the training. And so that's what I have thus far. I'll stop for some questions from the board or Dr. Brummer.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Mr. Morris?
Dr. Gilson, I just want to commend you on your goal. If I read the graph correctly, by 27, 28, we should have 0% failing schools in the state of Louisiana.
We got work to do. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your report. And our next item, please. Having said that, I'd like to, there's no objections to the motion. Motion passes. Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir. Before we go on, I'd like to just point out that we have some visitors out here from Grant Parish. These are our future educators. Y'all raise your hands. And thank y'all so much for being here.
Great.
Dr. Stokes is with them, and we need teachers, and thank you so much for being here today.
Great. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thanks for coming. Our next item, please.
Next item is on page 10, item 2.2, consideration of an innovative approach report regarding artificial intelligence. The recommendation is to receive.
May I get a motion, please? All right. A motion from Mr. Appel and second by Dr. Armstrong. I've been waiting for this for quite some time. Talked to Mr. Morris about this report. Very, very excited about it. Mr. Morris, you want to tee up this conversation?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Castillo. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. DiBenedetto has come to the table. So Dr. DiBenedetto, congratulations on your latest professional step in your career. So congratulations on that. And we appreciate your leadership here in this field, which is moving extremely fast. I understand that you'll have a report coming to us in August that basically gives us a summary of the pilot programs that the state has ruled out. I believe it's 13 districts across the state in a couple of AI applications. I know you and I visited a couple of schools. We got some very positive feedback from educators from their experience to date. So looking forward to your summary in August. I think there are some AI topics at the Teacher Leader Summit as well. And then my hope this morning is that with the testimony we received this morning, it'll help to set the table for the conversation you're bringing to us in August. So I know we've got 3 speakers here this morning, so I'll let you make those introductions, but wanted to thank each of them for coming out and sharing their experiences. We'll have one teacher from Ben Franklin High School who is an AI teacher. We'll have a professor from Fran U who can help us with a really exciting application. And then Mr. Josh Flegg, who's the Chief Innovative Officer for Louisiana Economic Development, will help us with, what are the expectations today for AI literacy for new hires? And then 5 years from now, what does that look like? What are those expectations? So thank you again for your leadership, and I'll just pass the ball to you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Brumley.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Castillo, before this presentation begins, I just want to inform the board that due to legislative session taking place across the street, I have various staff members that we're managing multiple meetings at the time. So you could, see some of our team exit and come back as well as myself. So just want to let you all know we're juggling multiple meetings at the moment. Thanks.
Certainly understand. Yes, sir, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As Mr. Morris said, I'm Adam DiBenedetto, Director of Academic Innovation at the LDOE. And also, as he said, he invited me this morning to just give you a little update, a preview of what that August presentation will include. And so I'd like to just take a few moments to highlight some of the ongoing work that we've been doing at the LDOE around artificial intelligence and those initiatives, and really preview some of the upcoming opportunities that we have for those who are more interested in this work and in this area. So in 2024, to sort of set the table, if you will, the LDOE released its AI guidance, artificial intelligence guidance, to support educators and leaders in navigating this rapidly evolving area and landscape. So recognizing both the potential and the complexities of AI technology, the LDOE sought to establish a framework that provided guardrails to ensure the safe, ethical, and effective integration into classrooms. So over the past several months, the LDOE has launched a set of AI tool pilots across the state, and many school systems have opted to participate. To explore how AI can support K through 12 education, previously we have presented on, I myself have presented on Amira Learning and also on Conmigo. We currently are in the data collection phase of both of those, and so we are hoping to get some really good insight as to what both of those pilots will inform us of at the end of this year. And we are gathering feedback also from participating educators, leaders, to see exactly what their insights were as they were, for lack of better phrasing, on the ground and working directly with these tools. We are focusing on specifically understanding how these tools can be used in day-to-day practices in teaching and learning, what impact they're having, and what guidance, what further guidance we may need to provide, including professional development for effective implementation of these tools. So as Mr. Morris said, a full presentation on what these results were and findings were of these pilot programs will be provided at August BESI. And that presentation will include some of those early findings, as I said, from participating systems, examples of implementation, and next steps for statewide support and guidance around artificial intelligence. So this work is really part of our broader vision to ensure that Louisiana educators are equipped with the tools that they need to thoughtfully integrate this emerging technology. In addition, I wanted to mention, as Mr. Morris said as well, we will have multiple sessions at our upcoming Teacher Leader Summit, which we're very excited about. We have quite a few people attending, as you could probably guess. And so some of those sessions will really focus on hands-on exposure to artificial intelligence, those AI-powered tools that are part of these pilots, and also just some general or fundamental sessions so that those who may not be as familiar with it can have some exposure to the technology. There will also be opportunities to see how this technology can support instruction and also streamline some daily tasks, which, as Mr. Morris mentioned, we did visit a school system where the teachers were able to give us some really great feedback on how just day-to-day tasks that they have to complete were truly streamlined by using this technology. And then finally, I would just like to reiterate that we are committed to helping educators, and if there ever is an opportunity that you see that could be helpful for our educators or Louisiana students across the state when it comes to artificial intelligence, this emerging technology, I would be really happy to have that conversation with any of you and see what the potential may be in those areas. But if there are any questions at this time, I'd be glad to take any.
Thank you.
Mr. Bell.
My question deals, something we've talked about at length, but it's important. We're talking about AI as relates to teaching and educating children. What about the application of AI in the classroom by the individual, and how do we set guardrails so that it's being used properly? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So I would say first, in our guidance that we were able to publish in 2024, one of the things that we really made sure to look at is having those guardrails in place. That was very important to us. And so through the pilot programs, we really attempted to put that into action, which I think we've really seen great strides in. For instance, with the Conmigo pilot, one of the things that teachers, school leaders, and even students have given us feedback on is that they have this sort of space where it is a protected area. They can learn how to use this responsibly. And it sort of turns them away from going to things like ChatGPT or Gemini that is open, not a protected instance. And so they're able to go into Conmigo. They're protected there, it's secure, and they have a moment to actually be exposed to the technology. And they have the guidance of not only their teachers, but also the program in flagging certain things that may come up as not appropriate to be inputting into artificial intelligence or anywhere for that matter. And so it's really a learning experience where they have the guidance of their teacher, those responsible adults, the administrators actually receive those red flags as well when it is flagged in the programs. And they also have the program telling them, hey, that wasn't appropriate. Here's a way that you could use this program or software more responsibly.
Right, because we've heard so much, especially at the college level, about the use of AI to draft
Yes.
working, responsible papers and things like this, research,
Yes.
so on. So obviously there needs to be guardrails. The other aspect of this is, and perhaps it's covered in your pilots, it's a rapidly evolving technology. And again, I'm looking from the perspective of the student, not the perspective of the teacher or the administrator. From the perspective of a student, are we looking at future applications of AI, things that aren't being done today? How do we keep ahead of the curve so that we're not doing what somebody did 4 weeks ago or 4 years ago? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'll be glad to take that question. So one of the great things I think we've done so far as an agency and as a state really is the publishing of that guidance. We were number 23. And so that's pretty early on to have that guidance in place. We were sort of part of that trailblazing group, honestly, to have that official guidance published. Many states still don't have that guidance for K through 12 education or for their teachers and students. And so one of the things that we are excited about, we have, as you can imagine, I take many meetings where we have vendors, we have people who are interested in piloting certain tools, certain software. And in those meetings, one thing that's very important is we always make sure that it's aligned to what our guidance is and what we know will keep our students, Louisiana students, keep our teachers, our educators safe. And so in those meetings, we're very, very particular in curating that list that we would, have for school systems to actually pilot in their system. So I would say one of the things that we have some exciting opportunities that I'll be glad to include in the August presentation. I think that really the continuation of what we're doing with Amira Learning, with Khan Academy, is going to be helpful in giving us sort of the insight as to where we need to go from here. I would love to see more opportunities in integrating it in with our high quality instructional materials. And so having some of those pilots included in, whether that's English language arts or another subject content area, I would love to see that working alongside our HQIM to ensure that we're sending that coherent message to our systems and our
Yeah,
educators.
because we definitely, we don't want somebody yesterday's technology.
Absolutely not.
We want to be on the cutting edge, even above the cutting edge.
Absolutely.
Anyway, thank you so much. I sure appreciate it.
Thank you.
Adam, I am very excited about our work next week at Summit and the 7,000 educators we're hosting and the 500 sessions. And, over the last 5 years, I think we've just gotten better at tailoring this program to the needs of teachers and the priorities of the agency. And Bessie, could you share with the board just briefly a few of the AI related sessions that teachers may have the opportunity to participate with during the course of Summit?
Absolutely. So some of those sessions will feature newer documents that we've actually put out since our AI guidance has been published in fall of 2024. Some of those sessions will be geared towards leaders actually using artificial intelligence as a means to help them complete in an efficient way their day-to-day tasks. Some of that will also include really some digital citizenship, and so helping students actually learn this emerging technology, rapidly evolving technology, as we've said here today before. And so really focusing on how to be a good digital citizen and how to use these technologies responsibly. Some other sessions will include Amira Learning, so that systems who may be interested or may not know much about what this software is, they will be able to actually go into that session and have that exposure to the program and see if it's something that they think would be beneficial or fit into what they're doing in their systems. And then another one will be Khan Academy. Actually, all of these sessions, I will note that we've had to expand the room size so that folks can be able to attend. We have lots of attendees who were hoping to get into those sessions, and we've heard their voices and been able to expand the room size so that they can participate in this way. And then we will also have, as I said before, some really fundamental sessions so that some of the feedback that we received from teachers, educators, and school leaders across the state, especially with our sort of inaugural session last year at Teacher Leaders Summit, was that they would like it to be differentiated in a way that I'm at ground zero. I know nothing about artificial intelligence. Can you help me get to where I need to be so that I'm up to speed? So we'll have some sessions that are geared towards that, but we'll also have some sessions that are people who already know they've been able to dive headfirst into artificial intelligence, and they want to see how they can really up their game, if you will, in this space. So we'll have some sessions that are differentiated, but we are hoping to have, and as we see already in our app, we have large attendance numbers already for those sessions.
Great. Yes, sir.
So that new AI conglomerate going into North Louisiana, was there an opportunity for LDOE to do something with them, partner with them in some manner or fashion?
I don't have a lot of details about that, and some of that work sort of crosses over to another team, but I do work with that team very well. We have conversations. So if there ever is an opportunity, I'm glad to throw my support behind it and help to make that happen. But I'll definitely make a note of that to bring that up with that team when we have our check-ins.
Thanks, Mr. Birkin. Any other questions from the board? Comments? We're ready for our presentations? All right. We have three wonderful presenters. Would you please come forward, please? Great.
How are we all feeling today?
Doing great.
I'm a
Welcome.
teacher, not a politician, so I'm going to have a lot of interactiveness, and I hope we're all ready for the ride.
Great. Jump right in, introduce yourself, and
Okay.
have at it.
Do we have a slideshow? My name is Rebecca Gallo. I have been an educator for 20 years. I am currently at Benjamin Franklin High School, where I am the AI coordinator, and I teach engineering and statistics. I'm also going to present on behalf of Rachel McIsaacs Parker. She could not be here today, but she is the Director of Academic Innovation at KIPP New Orleans and the principal at Central City Primary. So how many people have taken a school bus before? The school field trip, right? We know what that ride feels like, at least most of us. So for the past 20 years, I have been behind the metaphorical school bus of education. First, teachers were information givers. They were fact deliverers. And then we had to morph and change. The internet came around. We had to become critical thinking teachers. We had to teach problem-solving skills. Well, now it's a new future, and it's moving fast, and it's ascending over our head. We need to get our kids on that plane because the plane is in the air. AI has already arrived. If we don't, we're going to be left to fade into the background. Now, some educators are tapping the brakes because they're unsure of this change, and I get it. It's scary, it's unknown. Others of us have decided to safely lean into the challenge. At Ben Franklin, we've charted our own course. We've piloted programs. Get it? Yeah. As well as Rachel Parker from KIPP New Orleans. We're very proud of what we've done, but we also know it's just a start. In order to bring these efforts to scale, to reach more students, to reach all the students in Louisiana, we need your support so that they don't get left behind watching this fly overhead. I'll do a very brief slide on where AI is now, which I have to say I made a week ago, so it's probably out of date. McKinsey reported that 78% of companies are using AI, and over half of these companies are expecting to reskill 30% or more of their workforce in the next year. AI has been found better at debate and changing opinions of people on Reddit. Even as a therapist, when people didn't know it was AI, they rated it as more empathetic than actual human therapists. Eli Lilly is using AI to develop medicines. Insurance companies are using AI drones to tell you if your roof needs to be repaired. And over the last year, Miami has trained more than 1,000 educators on AI tools and introduced Google chatbots for over 100,000 of their students. So I was concerned that my school would be left behind. A year ago, I asked my administration if I could do a PD on AI, and they let me. And in May of 2024, I told all the teachers at my school, right now, your rule might be no AI in my classroom, but don't let that be your long-term plan. Over the last year, I was able to meet Blake Berticelli Booth from NOAI and go to these coffee shop meetings where we'd talk about AI in education. And we received a grant from him and the 1111 philosophers. And I started an AI cohort with these 4 areas that you see here. We each set our own goals. We've ran PDs and hopefully more very soon. And we ordered Conmigo for all of our 9th graders and our lower math 10th graders. Before we launched Conmigo, I did a survey to check in with my students on their AI use. It turned out that 65% of our 9th graders reported using AI at least once a week. Now, I actually think that number's way higher. I think they're not aware that Google searches use Gemini, Maps use AI, Grammarly is now an AI tool. But out of that 65%, every single one of them said they were using ChatGPT. So I really appreciated your question, how do we make sure they do this safely? But the answer is they're doing it anyway. The kids are already on the plane, so where are we? We launched Conmigo, and I can use it for in-class assignments where I assign something to students. For example, I teach engineering and I can say, okay, everyone go up and look up simple machines on the Spark My Curiosity, and then we'll report back what we found before I start the lesson. They can use it as a personal teacher or tutor. I find this is so helpful to level the playing field, especially for students who don't have parents at home that can help them with these kind of problems. Teachers can use it to write IEPs. They can use it to write lesson plans. You can use it to make a really fun review with Blooket in a matter of seconds. Those kind of things used to take us a very long time. As mentioned earlier, and here's an example of it so you can see it, Conmigo has really strong moderation, which is what's been very important for us. All of the administrators and the teachers can read the students' chats. When I first did this, I tried with just one classroom to see how it would go. And out of 24 kids, I had 2 flagged chats immediately. That taught me 2 things. Number one, our kids need to learn how to speak to AI. They need to learn what's appropriate. It was the perfect way to start that lesson. And then number 2, I had to be much more explicit before I launched this to the whole 9th grade. And I was. I told them that AI can be a school assignment, that you can treat it with respect just like you would any other school assignment. And after launching to 250 9th graders, I only had 1 flagged chat. These are really important lessons that I could share with other educators so they don't have to go through those same trials. We did host an optional PD recently at Franklin. We had over 20 teachers stay for 2 hours after school. We're hosting a school-wide one in August that everyone will attend, and very hopefully soon, with Blake's help, a citywide one for all public school teachers in New Orleans to attend for free. This is some of the feedback that I had from our PD. Teachers had ethical discussions. They learned how to make apps and how to do like really fast coding with AI, which used to be out of reach for so many. And if you read their feedback, you'll see that they're hungry for more. They want more outside expertise. They want more offerings for paid AI programs. Other things we've done at Franklin, we have teachers that have used long textbook and article readings and made them into podcasts so students can listen to them as a way to study. We have teachers who have run AI ethical dilemmas and had students rate them on scales and compare them. And I've done a lot of app development in my class with my students, which is what you can see right here with this student. Our AI cohort has developed a faculty and a student handbook that is currently in the hands of our administration for approval. We've made a syllabus with multiple things that our teachers can copy and paste into their syllabus or print and hang up on their walls to make it easier for us to teach the scale of when AI is acceptable or not. I won a Samsung Galaxy laptop in another competition, and I decided to use it for a competition at our school that we're currently running. So students can work on it over the summer and develop an app to solve a Franklin or New Orleans community problem. For example, I have one student who wants to make an app that uses haptics so that blind people can have another sense of the world around them. And he had written it on the board. Blake happened to be at the school visiting. He saw it. He had a connection to someone at Stryker. And now that student's going to have a summer internship working with people who develop these kind of apps. These next few slides are from Rachel at KIPP New Orleans. They have 13 schools in New Orleans. I had the pleasure of meeting her at our coffee shop chats about AI, and now we work with each other so much, making sure that our students are at the center of innovation. Our schools have very different needs, but that's part of the beauty of this AI, is that it's so individualized for what you need. At KIPP, they focused on increasing teacher satisfaction and retention. That's a big problem for those schools. And they're using AI to help reduce the mundane tasks so they can increase their time spent on teaching. They also want to prepare their students for the critical skills and ethical challenges of AI, and they want to modernize their businesses operations so that those people can spend more of their resources on the schools as well. They piloted a few programs, Magpie for K through 2 reading, Enlighten Me AI for assessment feedback, and PlayLab for in-house administrative tasks. So this is Rachel's slides on Enlighten Me, and what it does is the teachers can upload a rubric into the AI, and then they upload exemplar student writing, and then they work with the AI to grade about 5 to 10 writing assignments. And then once they have that hyper trained, they can then upload their whole class's writing assignment, and the AI can give personalized feedback to each student. It makes a PDF that you see there on the right side, which can be emailed to the student or disseminated through Google Classroom. It can also give them feedback on patterns that it recognizes. For example, if students are all struggling with a thesis statement, it can give a reteaching standards aligned lesson for that teacher to give the next day on thesis statements. With this program, they were able to grade 800 essays in one night, which usually takes them at least a week's worth of work. Rachel also wanted you to know that those were AI generated images. And I did want to show you that those are AI, but this one is not. And it's starting to, oh, it's not, this one right here is not. It's starting to get hard to tell, right? The 6 fingers thing is gone. It's getting pretty good at that. So where are we now? Where are we going? Well, here's some dreams that I have. I would love everyone to embrace the mindset that we're already on the AI plane. There's nothing we can do. The toothpaste is out of the tube. We need to prepare our students. I would love to see us research and catalog the state of AI across schools in Louisiana. Of course, we need dedicated funding and support for educators. I am thrilled to hear about all those sessions that are going to be offered. I think it would be great. We have done this at Franklin, but I think it would be great if the state keeps a living document of a list of suggested AI tools that teachers and students can use. I think AI literacy needs to be in every standard. I do not think this is a math and science thing. I think this is across all subject areas. And I would love to see us create AI lessons for the amazing computer science requirement that you all added. I'm very thrilled about that. So thank you all for your time. I've enjoyed the opportunity to speak with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Mr. Bell?
I'm sorry, I hate to be jumping in all the time.
All right.
My concern is something you cited. You had Conmigo, you showed a slide and you showed Newton's law of gravitation, and you said, oh, you could replace the formula, the algebraic formula with a simple line of code. How do we know, how do we assure that students link fundamental understanding, I'll use this example of physics, with AI? How do we know they're not just bypassing an understanding of what Newton's law, first law of gravitation means and does and acts for a simple line of code? I mean, so is there a coordination between the physics department and the computer science department? How do you assure that they have a fundamental understanding of physics in that instance?
Yeah, so one thing I'll clarify is this is not like an app or code development. This is a like online tutor that they can chat with.
I understand.
Now, I will say that if the students aren't given this, which I'm thrilled to see, right? When I look at night at what my students are doing and I can read this, I'm thrilled because this doesn't give them the answer. And if we don't teach them this, they're going to go to ChatGPT, which does. Right? So can I ensure that they don't do that? No, but there's nothing we can do to stop that they have that access to ChatGPT. What we can do is educate them in the classroom. So obviously the fundamental of physics is my job, right? And I hope that's still my job, right? If that was totally gone, I would be sad. I don't want a robot to do that, right?
Right.
I want to make sure that's on me, right? This is practice for them to do when they're at home doing homework and they're stuck and they just can't get past a certain point. And for me, if I teach them AI literacy in school, I teach them what's ethical. I teach them why it matters. I tell them all the time, we don't want robots to be the only things that can figure things out. And then all of a sudden people can't do anything. I want you to be the thinkers. I want you to be the knowers. And they understand that, right? So you have to reach students at a level of understanding. And so then they choose the right path, which is, why can't I figure out what this answer to this question is that I'm supposed to be practicing?
So we're not diminishing fundamental education or the underlying purposes of a fundamental education for the simplistic approach of a computer program.
No, absolutely not. And I would say in my classroom now, more than 5 or 10 years ago, I do not use computers often. So a large portion of my classroom is no technology for that sake. And then we'll use technology when the tool is appropriate and when it helps the education. But that's something that has to be taught. If we don't teach that, they're going to just go to
But
ChatGPT.
we're in our process from the state's perspective, educating teachers on, I mean, you sound like you're a special one.
Thanks.
But the average teacher, I'll say, do they understand that? And are we
I don't believe
emphasizing
so.
that?
No, I believe this is moving so fast that the average teacher has not had time to spend developing these skills yet.
Okay. So I think that's a problem. We got to watch out.
It is definitely a problem. And if you think about education from, I don't know, the 40s to the early 2000s, it was largely the same. And then the internet changed it for like the last 25 years, but that was half as long as before. And this is going to be half as long as that. Education is going to completely
I
change.
shared this with the president. The first course I took at LSU in electrical engineering was learning how to use a slide rule.
Right,
First course.
right,
I don't think I could do that anymore.
right. And no one does that. Well, I shouldn't say no one, but very few people use
Almost
that
no
as
one.
their, right, as their method
Thank you.
these days.
Thank you, Mr. Appel. Mr. Birkin.
You kind of touched on it a little bit. How do we ward against the plagiaristic effects of Chat GPT and other on this, with kids involved?
It's very difficult. I think projects have to have more meaning. I think students have to have more feedback one-on-one from the teachers. I personally feel like the future goal of education will be that students are learning some of the more rote tasks in one way so that teachers have more of that one-on-one time that we haven't had a ton of. But I think it's that relationship with the student and the meaningfulness of the assignment. If teachers just keep giving rote, bland practice, kids are going to go to that cheating. And I think it has to mean something. I don't think there's an easy safeguard against that. In the classroom, it's way easier because you can say, put the computer away and write by hand, which students are doing more now than they used to 3 or 4 years ago. So there is still in-class assessment that we know is not technologically based. But again, you have to teach students that they want to be learners, that they want to be thinkers, and that knowledge matters and will have an impact on their life for them to not choose the cheating option.
Great, thank you. I know we have a couple of other presenters and we have some time constraints, so.
I had a
Mr.
quick
Morrison,
question. Yeah,
okay.
just real quick. So Rebecca, thank you so much again for coming out today. That I think you just bring a lot of value to our board, giving us the educators, lived experience with this. Personally, I've had this conversation. When I think about it, I just go back to the calculator analogy. And, I think grade K through 12, every student needs to look at a calculator and identify it as a calculator. Kindergartens need to know what is a calculator. There are some grade levels where we need to learn how to use a calculator, but we don't necessarily need to know how to use every function of the calculator. And then there's a small part of the student population that really wants to understand what's going on inside the calculator, what's going on with all the ones and zeros in there, right? But everybody doesn't have to know that.
Correct.
And in my mind, AI is the same way. But we want to be able to touch every student in the state so that they understand this is AI. And then it's grade appropriate after that. So my question is, in your last slide, you do mention a reference to standards. And my question really has been and still is, you shared some really enlightening experiences, but if we really want to touch every student in the state, appropriately at each grade level, how do we institutionalize AI so that every teacher is basically required, to make an effort to make that touch point? I'm no expert, certainly not in standards development or whatnot. I don't know if that's the right tool or if it's something else, but in my mind, what I see is that, we're dotting our I's, we're crossing our T's, we're updating our standards, hopefully within our standards. And I know we're going to get an update from the math and ELA standards review folks today. But I'm looking to see not only the concept in the standard, but the application of the standard, so students can appreciate the relevance. And then from there, how do you take that application and help students to appreciate the connection to a career pathway? So they have that perspective. And then lastly, for students to get the whole perspective is, where's the AI touch point in that particular pathway? And if we can present it in that way, then I think students do appreciate how education is relevant, how it could potentially apply to them, and they have some expectations for path forward. And we're also keeping them attuned to the technology that's in place today. So I'm just interested in your thoughts as an educator. What are your thoughts on how do we institutionalize it in a way where we can go to scale and with some degree of confidence know that we're going to reach every student?
I hope I answer all parts of your question. I think for me personally as a teacher, professional development is key. So you get teachers with teachers and they explain what works, they explain what they're doing, and that's how we learn from each other or from experts as well. So I think professional development is huge. And I imagine every school has multiple PDs. But also I think the power of Bessie and the power of requirements has a huge effect. And I can say that based off of cell phones from last year. My school had a no cell phone policy and it was largely ignored, even though it was the policy. And once the state enacted the law that you could not have cell phones in school, and it's been wonderful, it dramatically dropped. And it's very well respected and very well carried out. It's the same with computer science. Our school values computer science so much. We have tons of computer science. We have AP computer science. We have LSU STEM pathways. But now it's going to be required for all high schoolers to take a computer science. That's going to change everything, right? So I do think the power of the requirements is what we need to make sure this gets in every hand. I think AI literacy can absolutely be included in the high school requirements. When you talk about elementary school, I wish my partner Rachel was here because that would be her forte more than mine. I don't feel like I can speak to that as well. But I do think there are a ton of AI tools that are hyper trained, like she used Magpie, which I'm not that familiar with, but she is. She used Magpie, that was for lower grades. And so I think it's finding the right tools that are appropriate for that grade level, and then giving those tools and the training to the teachers to use them. I think even if you just start with one thing in one program, then you're getting your foot in the door so that it's not this unknown.
Great. Thanks so much. All right.
I do have boarding passes for all of you with our contact information. So.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. All right. All right. Thank you. Ma'am, do you want to present next?
Hi, I'm Dr. Winona Bell. I am the Director of Simulated Clinical Education at FRANU. I am presenting in the absence of Dr. Jones Thomas, who couldn't be here today. Just to tell you a little bit about our simulation center and program that we have right now. Currently, we are not using AI in simulation, but there is room for it. We use what's called a standardized patient program, where we're using real people that play the role of a patient. And so that kind of gets the AI in there. But sometimes the SP isn't available, or they sign up and they cancel last minute. And so we are having to play those roles. And so that's where a simulator with AI features will come in handy. This presentation that we have, how can I get back to my presentation? The presentation that I have right now, this is showcasing the simulators that we actually have and what we do now. Okay. So healthcare simulation, the definition according to SSH is a technique that's used, that uses a situation or an environment created to allow persons to experience a representation of a real healthcare event for the purpose of practice, learning, evaluation, testing, or to gain understanding of systems or human action. So when we talk about high fidelity simulations, that's when we have the environment, we have the medical equipment, such as the electronic health record. We also have a medication dispensing machine, and we're using human patient simulators that can reproduce and mimic human physiology. This YouTube video here, it showcases our pediatric simulator that we have right now, PediHal, and the features that he has. The most unique features that he has are the facial expressions that he can do. And there's no sound here. I do not know how to get the sound.
Just X up your sound. Go back all the way to your top left on the, no, at the bottom. See that little X? Yeah, right there.
All right, for the sake of time, I am not going to play these YouTube videos. All right. All right, so other simulators that we have, I'll get back to Hal, to PD Hal.
The back. Click on that.
All right, so our adult Hal, let's see, can I go back? All right, so our 3G simulator, he has, well, all of our simulators, they have heart tones, they have lung sounds, pulses, they breathe, they talk, they have preset things that they say. Other times we're speaking for them on the back end in our control rooms. With the 3G, he sweats, he has tears, he can froth at the mouth, he can have seizures. With our nursing Ann, she's our female simulator. She has reservoirs which we can load with fluids in her, such as when we're doing nasogastric tube insertion. We can aspirate and get fluids from her, or the students can actually insert medications and simulate it, tube feeding into her. She also has a reservoir for central line placement, whereas students can practice withdrawing blood from the central line or administering medications. Victoria is our birthing simulator. With her, she has different bellies that we can put on her. One is a pregnant belly, one is a regular belly, one is a postpartum hemorrhage belly, and one is a cesarean section belly. With her, We also have VR, so you see the VR goggles in the picture, whereas we can visualize the baby inside of the stomach. We can visualize the placenta placement and the pelvic structures. With Baby Tori is our newborn simulator. She breathes, she has heart tones as well. She moves, she cries. She can turn different colors, such as blue for cyanosis, yellow for jaundice, or red for being flushed. Our adult health simulator, he is our trauma simulator. So our respiratory therapists, they use him a lot because he can be intubated. The 3G can be intubated as well. But with adult health, he has the lung capacity to receive the tidal volume in the PEEP that the ventilator is providing, whereas with 3G, we have to be creative and do disclaimers because the lungs on that simulator can't receive larger volumes as our adult health can. With PD Health, that's the one I tried to show you guys a video of. He's the one that's more sophisticated. He has facial features, so he can frown, he can smile, his head can move and track, his eyes can actually move and track as well. And here he's being showcased in the ICU setting where he's intubated on mechanical ventilation as well. So the benefits of clinical simulation, one being a safe environment, providing a safe environment for the students to learn where they can make mistakes. We know, they can injure the patient here. They can even kill the patient here. But in the simulation world, we just reboot the simulator and restart him up again. Whereas in the actual clinical setting, we can't do that with live patients. So that's how we provide a safe environment. Standardizing learning outcomes. If all the students in the class are to learn one specific thing, such as myocardial infarction, then there's a scenario on myocardial infarction. All students come through and participate in that simulation, even if they're an observer. They're still meeting those outcomes because they're watching, they're observing, and then everyone comes together at the end of the simulation and debrief together. But interprofessional education, that's where two or more disciplines are coming together. So we have lots of IP simulation where we may have 2 or 3 or more disciplines coming together. We have a total of 10 different clinical programs on our campus. Simulation is also used in those high risk, low frequency areas, such as malignant hyperthermia, which occurs in the OR. And it's something that doesn't happen often, but when it does occur, the students need to be, readily prepared to take care of a patient with such a disorder. And so that's where simulation comes into place. And our high-risk events, such as a cold blue, they're happening more frequently, but it's high risk. So definitely we want our students to be prepared for that. And then the overall benefit of clinical simulation is improving critical thinking, clinical judgment, and prioritization. We also level our simulations, whereas like the beginning students, they may have a low level simulation, whereas as they go through a program, they'll have more intermittent and then like senior level simulations, whereas they do have to have that critical thinking and prioritization in order to be successful in the simulation. And with the sound, the way that it's working right now, I don't want to show this. But this is one of our IPE simulations. We do 2 disaster simulations. One is an active shooting. The other one is a sarin gas exposure. And with those, several different disciplines within the institution and outside of the institution come together. In this one, we had the LSU residents, we had Baton Rouge Police, we had EMS and the fire department, along with our 10 clinical programs that participated in the IPE sim. I can try and show it and see if it works.
Welcome to Newswatch. I'm Meg Casper. Since this is National Health Week, we'll be going live to a health fair where folks are learning about the best ways to stay healthy and live healthy lives. We have several cameras on location, and we'll join Margaret Lawhon in just a moment while things are gearing up out there with music, food, face painting, and great. What's going on? Margaret, do you see that? Margaret, turn around. People are shooting.
We are here at Tina Holland Community Center's Healthy Eating Move and
Some
Get
of you
Fit.
may
Where
recognize
gunshots have
Margaret.
just erupted. We don't know what's going on. This was supposed to be a happy community event. There are at least 2 shooters, maybe more. People.
I'm not sure why Margaret isn't running, but she's very calm under these circumstances.
Dare to say a lot of these people are in shock.
She did a wonderful job for her.
Red face, yellow in the middle.
So here it's showcasing how the patients were being triaged and brought into a hospital setting.
It's just difficult to watch. This is the young woman who is pregnant. Oh my God, this is very hard to watch, Meg. A gentleman in a pickup truck is actually.
And to fast forward on the inside setting, once they were on the inside.
We don't know how many people are wounded.
Have to have you leave right now.
All right. We're being asked to leave, Meg, so we'll have to throw it back to you for now.
We'll get back to you later, Margaret, but we have acquired some footage from Seth that they're allowing us to use. I'm going to go ahead and warn our viewers, this is not for children, and it could be disturbing to watch.
And this is actually in our old building. It was about 4,000 square feet. We've recently moved into a building where our simulation center is 19,000 square feet now.
So we're just gonna push down, okay, so wearing gloves. Okay, so yeah, can you feel me touching down here? Okay, you can feel me touching down here?
So a lot
No?
of the
Okay.
students,
so you have possible
faculty,
spinal
and
cord
staff
injury.
actually played the role in standardization in this disaster.
Let's going, okay, good.
Do we know how big those IVs
So
are?
here you see nursing
Size-wise.
students, and you see an
I feel
LSU
some
resident. In black, that's the respiratory student.
Lab,
Oh, wow.
chemistry panel, can you do a VBG with lights? Can I get one more hand
We
here?
got 3 beds open. Mallory.
Trauma bays are full. Does she need to go to the trauma bay?
She is a spinal cord injury open.
So we're back in studio while Margaret.
So here you see our radiology technology students who participated in the sim as well. They were doing x-rays. In here, we have our medical lab science students who are participating. They were prepping blood and spitting labs for us doing the sim.
Okay, there we go. All right,
Transfer out.
okay, let's transfer to neuro ICU.
So that's to give you a glimpse of our IPE sim. And like I said, right now, we're mainly using standardized patients, not so much AI. But like the adult health that I showed you guys, the new adult health has AI features in it. So we're kind of deliberating whether we want to purchase him because our health is now outdated. It's out of warranty, but there's a new adult health that has the AI features, but there's also an ICU simulator as well. So we're kind of debating between the adult health with the AI features and the ICU simulator to do our trauma simulations. Any questions that you guys have?
Great. Any questions from our board? All right. I don't see any questions, but that was, for me, very fascinating. Thank you for the presentation. I can't wait to see what adult health, the new version, does.
With the AI features.
And last recommendation is if Margaret's ever in that situation, she should run for cover. All right.
We kept Margaret safe.
Thank you so much. All right. Sir, our last presenter. Thank you.
Right. Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Hi, my name is Josh Flegg. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at Louisiana Economic Development, and I run our newest division, which is Louisiana Innovation, focused on driving more innovation and creating more innovative startup companies here in Louisiana. One slide I prepared for everyone today, and look, my approach and my discussions coming from a different perspective. I wanted to share with everyone some of the macro trends in artificial intelligence, not only in Louisiana, but more importantly, globally, and what's driving some of the adoption. So can everyone see this okay? It's sort of wordy. I'm not gonna belabor each point, but generative AI, which is everything I'm going to talk about, really didn't hit commercial application until the middle of 2022. So we're only a few years into the fastest growing technology in human history. I'm counting the wheel and fire and all the other good stuff in there as well. But if you look at the real dollars that are being spent, the real adoption, we're talking about global scale and only a matter of months, frankly. And so when all that trickles down into, how does that impact Louisiana today? So if we take just one project, we take the Meta project in Richland Parish, and it is a $10 billion investment into one of the poorest parts of our state, and one of the most rural parts of the state, one of the states that, or one of the parts of the state that it's very difficult, frankly, to drive new jobs and new investment into for various reasons. So they're seeing a $10 billion bump on future use of artificial intelligence. That entire project is being driven by demand for Meta and what will potentially be infrastructure needed to power that demand. So it's not even demand today, it's demand that will be online in about 24 to 36 more months for those guys. So it's massive investment by $1 trillion company into a rural part of Louisiana. That's just one project. We've got a handful of projects of a similar size and shape in our pipeline that could potentially announce in the next 12 or so months. But that's just infrastructure. We haven't even scratched the surface of the application layer. What are we doing with this stuff? And if you look at the investment that's pouring in to the application layer, the infrastructure layer, we're measuring the stuff in the trillions at this point. Let me press this. Yeah, thank you. There we go. So if you look at the impact, in some of these projected investment numbers across the globe, we haven't scratched the surface yet in Louisiana, and we're already seeing billions and billions of dollars in investment. Entergy, who will be powering the facility in Richland Parish, is the largest company in Louisiana now. Largest company by revenue, largest headquarters in Louisiana. The largest check they have ever received in their history, over 100 years, was from the project in Richland Parish to build 2 natural gas power plants behind the meter just for that facility that will generate over 2 gigawatts of power just for one operation at Richland Parish. So the investment's very real. And these guys are $1 trillion companies. And like I said, we've barely scratched the surface. We're not even seeing 3-4% of that investment trickle down to Louisiana. So there's a lot of room for growth to capture our share of that. but we're not going to employ enough people in Louisiana in data centers to change our future and to change our fortunes. The reality is it's the application layer, like what are we doing with these tools, that I think we're most interested in at LED. How are we using AI reflexively in everything we do to solve challenges that are present here that could have a global impact? There is not an industry that will not be affected by generative AI. Most of automation discussions to date have centered around blue collar jobs, manufacturing work, and manufacturing jobs being displaced by automation. Generative AI will come for professional services before it comes for anything else, right? People that input information into software, those jobs will be disrupted very, very quickly because of generative AI. It will also come for automation robotics. McKinsey's predicted there's been a 10-year leap forward in humanoid robotics because of the underlying technology, the large language models that power ChatGPT, Conmigo, everything else we talked about today, simply because we can train those robots now by watching YouTube videos rather than this deterministic style of programming that has driven software forward to where we are before 2022. In the past, someone would have to program a robot how to boil water, cook spaghetti, assemble, a product in a factory, in this very difficult deterministic style of programming. Now they watch YouTube videos. That's how they train. So the pace of change is something we've never seen before globally in technology. And I've been in technology since Dr. Armstrong hired me 25 years ago to teach at St. Joseph's Academy.
Okay, so I was going to speak, but I'll do it now. I was going to wait. And I am just going to say, as a first-year teacher, hiring Josh to come in, and we're dating ourselves, to do not only teach, to begin a one-to-one laptop program, and then to write our curriculum with us on technology immersion, and to see what you are doing now. I mean, he had the vision then and has it now. And Josh, I am beyond proud and excited. So I just have to share that.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. I would still be flipping burgers or cleaning golf carts or something if you would have taken a chance on me out of LSU. So I've been in technology for a long time, and I try very hard not to be too hyperbolic when I talk about, new products, new technology, new change. Because there's often a wait and see approach. Had I put most of my family's fortune into cryptocurrency, we'd be broke today. But the reality is this is something different. And its impact on a place like Louisiana is already being felt to the tune of many billions of dollars, and it will be felt to the tune of many more billions of dollars in the next year. The interesting thing is we're in this turning point right now where all of work is going to be disrupted by this. And no one can predict what that's going to look like. And it's very, very hard. I don't envy your position when you're looking at how it's going to impact K-12 schools in Louisiana. That work's going to be difficult to determine from a regulatory perspective how to handle that. I will tell you from our perspective, reflexive use of these tools as much as we possibly can use them and as early as we can use them is the only way to get ahead of it. Just embrace it. This train is coming. Another analogy that I often use here is, our state's budget, I guess the Senate is over there right now fooling with what that's going to look like, but $35 billion on an average year. Google's R&D budget, this is their right now money, is $40 billion every year. That's just one company that's in this conversation. There are 7 other trillion-dollar companies in this conversation that are pouring money into these tools today. And it's here. You've got Waymo right now testing 10 cars in Orleans Parish for rideshare services with 0 drivers in the cabs. Waymo today drives 300,000 paid rides in America, over 1 million miles a week with 0 driver behind the wheel. That is world-changing technology that is here today, and they got 10 of them riding around. If any of you live in Orleans Parish, you've seen them. I almost hit one on Broad the other day. This is very real. It's here. And so the only way to be part of the conversation is to jump into the conversation and use these tools reflexively. And that's the word that I use with my team at LED. I've got about 25 people on staff and team innovation. And our charge is we don't know what it's going to look like in 5 years or a year, and we can't get into the debate over the ethics. We just have to use the tools every day and everything we do to make us more productive. So thank you guys for having me today. I appreciate it. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Appel.
Thank you again. I have a problem, and you hit upon it very clearly. The big economic development wins over the last decade or so, mostly in the last couple of years, are generally high capital, low employment, high tech. Worse, they're generally in rural areas. The vast majority of the population of Louisiana, the population we need to help, bring along as far as prosperity and security and so forth, lives in urban and suburban areas. What you hit upon was your word, disruption caused by AI to the types of, now these people aren't AI trained, they're not tech trained. They're blue collar at best. A lot are undereducated. The message to, Department of Economic Development is, what are we doing about urban and suburban citizens who are not going to work in a meta plant facility or a big chemical plant? What are we going to do? How are we going to use AI and other tools to build prosperity in those areas, and fight off the negative consequences of driverless taxi cabs, for instance? They're going to put people with no education out of business. We have a serious ethical and technological problem going forward that we're not facing, I suspect.
Yeah, no, we do. Yeah, these are existential challenges, because I think I mentioned it earlier. I live in Orleans Parish. If you look at the employment in Orleans today, and you look at all the towers up and down Poydras, those are largely professional service organizations, right? Those are accountants, those are law firms. These are management consultants. Those are the jobs that generative AI is coming for faster than anyone else. It's actually not the folks in rural places that still make things, right? Still, we've got some years ahead of us where we still have to weld things by hand. We don't have that many years ahead of us where young attorneys coming out of a university are going to be competing against robots, right? Frankly, I think those are some of the challenges that we face. So I fundamentally agree with you, and I don't think there's any way we regulate our way out of it either. I think we have to just embrace the tools and start using them so that we're globally competitive, so that our people are making new products and making new services as fast as we possibly can with these tools. Because I think trying to come at it from a regulatory perspective to say we don't want it, it's not going to work.
Yeah,
well, we could do that.
I also am from New Orleans, and I'm a lot older than you, and I've had the negative aspect of growing up when New Orleans was a boom town. Queen City of the South had multifaceted, diversified economy, and now either you're a doctor or a lawyer, and maybe a very few other professions, and you don't find high quality. So most of our best and brightest kids are leaving. A lot of them are going to university away from New Orleans or the state, and they're staying because we don't have those opportunities.
I think it's investing in more early stage ideas that are leveraging these tools to build more companies. I think we have to build it from the ground up.
Well, we do, and we have 1.25 million people in the New Orleans region, and Baton Rouge region, and Lafayette region, and so forth, that are urban, suburban, that we have to pull along. And yeah, we're getting these big economic development wins, probably very little impact on those people, if any.
Yeah, no, I think our opportunity or our challenges in Louisiana, right? So when you look at poverty, when you look at early childhood education, when you look at coastal resilience, all the things that we sort of frame up as these challenges, we're in a new industrial revolution. Those are opportunities now to solve those problems with these tools. And those are white collar urban jobs, they're suburban jobs, they're manufacturing jobs. So I think that if we embrace the technology, we can solve our problems locally. We can create jobs both in the middle of cities and the suburban areas and the rural areas as well.
Well, I hope Department of Economic Development steps up and says that, what you're saying, that we have to address these masses of people, not just the metas of the world, but the average Joe that was a taxi driver that's going to be put on the street.
Right.
And what do we do to help them get employed? We don't want them just going on the dole.
That's right.
So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Appel, you said LDOE instead of LED. Yeah, but I think even though that was a slip of the tongue, maybe that's actually accurate. To embrace your comments and instead of shying away from the technology that is coming, that we absolutely embrace it. And whether you're in urban areas or rural areas, that we have a real deliberate effort to make sure as many of our people are prepared for what's coming. And that's manufacturing that's not only understanding the ethics around AI, but also learning the tools to create it. So Meta was created. It hasn't always been here. Someone came up with the idea, developed the technology, and is continuing to develop the technology all over the planet. And so our challenge here in Louisiana is to keep up, because our competition isn't just in the urban areas or the rural areas of Louisiana, but the reality is that they're all over the planet, that our competitors are sitting in classrooms in the first grade in Japan, in Finland, in all over Europe and all over the world. And that for us to keep up globally, we absolutely have to embrace it, because it's not only is it here, but the plane has left the airport, and
That's
we
right.
need to
We're on it.
stay
Yeah.
stay on top
Like
of
or
it.
not. Yeah.
Yeah, well done. Well, thank you for your presentation. Any other comments?
And
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Castillo, in response to your comment, I just want to point out that that is precisely the reason for which we made the hire a year ago to begin this work formally with Adam. And then we began the process of a committee on the AI guidelines. We've been able to implement a number of again, no pun, pilots into the field. And are seeing some energy around those things. So I agree with you. We've got to stay out front on this, and I'm appreciative of those individuals that Mr. Morris invited to speak this morning.
Yeah, and kudos to the department. Well said, and I totally agree. And then and kudos to you, Mr. Morris, for continuing to bring this to the forefront. This has been a wonderful presentation by all three of you. Dr. Armstrong, very, very good hire, by the way. Good decision, Josh. Keep up all the great work. So thanks again, Ms. Morris. Closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, just thank all three of our guest speakers this morning for coming out and sharing with us your perspective, your lived experience, and helping our board to appreciate, to some extent, expectations going forward so that we can prepare our students. So as was said, our students can compete successfully in a global market. Josh, if you would maybe close out, help us to appreciate here the sense of urgency. And then a second thought is, what are expectations for employers today with regard to AI literacy for new hires? And then maybe 5 years from now, what are your thoughts might be on expectations for AI literacy for our graduates?
Yeah. So I would say very quickly, the expectation is people have to be familiar with the productivity gains they can get from using off-the-shelf AI tools. Meaning, I understand what Chat GPT can deliver to my day-to-day to drive, more productivity from me as an employee. And I would say most industries across the state of Louisiana, those are the table stakes. And that's just today. Do you understand it? Can you use it? Can it make you more productive? Is in every conversation in every industry that we're seeing.
So how to use the tool?
How to use the tools. And we're not talking about complicated integrations. We're not talking about custom, tools with certain subject matter, expertise. This is the off-the-shelf table stakes. Do you know what these tools can do to make you faster and better at your job today? That's in every conversation in most industries in this state. The urgency is absolutely now, and it's because we've never seen anything move this fast. We've never seen this level of investment coming from other places. And looking at a place like Louisiana, that frankly, prior to the Richland project, we've not even been in the conversation for these types of investments. So we've never seen anything move this quickly in the world of technology, period. So the urgency is absolutely now. The 5-year question is super hard to pin down. I think the reality is Louisiana will always have the ability to solve real world challenges here. We know how to make things. right? We know how to build ships, we know how to manufacture, we know how to crack, chemicals. We know how to make stuff in Louisiana, but can we make it more productively? Can we make it cheaper? Can we make it faster? Can we solve problems, related to trade and logistics with these tools so that we're still globally competitive? Because if we're not going to do it, our neighbors in Mobile and Houston are going to do it, right? We know that that work's just going to go somewhere else. So I think that some of these real engineering challenges will continue to be solved with these tools, and we can solve this in a place like Louisiana because this is one of the most complex built environments in the world. This is a place where we still know how to make stuff, ship that stuff all over the globe, and frankly, there's nation's sovereignty that depends on the things that we make and ship to them, right? We're weaning Europe off of Russian gas right now because of our LNG facilities in South Louisiana. So this is a global conversation. It's an important conversation. And so we have to understand how to remain productive in those industries. These tools will continue to push the boundaries of what productivity looks like in Louisiana. So we have to be competitive to make sure that we're still in that race in 5 years.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks again. There was a motion, a second. Any objections to the motion to receive these wonderful presentations? Seeing none, that motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 11, item 3.1, consideration of a report on types 2, 4, and 5 charter contracts and requests for amendments. The recommendation is to approve as outlined.
All right. May I receive a motion to approve, Mr. Birkin, second by Ms. Champagne? All right, thank you. All right.
Mr. Castile, these I believe are four or five different amendments, and we recommend their approval. Happy to take any questions should any member have one.
All right, any questions? Comments from the board? Item 3.1 A, B, C, D, and E. Any objection to the approval of these items? Hearing none, those items are approved. Next item.
Your next item is on page 112, item 3.2, consideration of overview presentations and public input regarding BESI authorized charter mid-year application proposals submitted in response to the 24-25 annual charter school request for applications. The recommendation is to receive.
All right, may I get a motion to receive? All right, Dr. Armstrong moves. Mr. Hollis seconds the motion to receive. Ms. Gilson.
So, Mr. Castile, Ms. Gilson will provide information, but we're certainly excited to have individuals interested in doing more or new or more expanded work in our state from a charter perspective. This is their opportunity today to give some intro information to the board. You are not making a decision on their application today. You're just getting a brief 5-minute presentation on each of these applications, which could be coming to you in the near future for your decision. But this is an opportunity for you to just hear some initial thoughts from these operators. And again, this is not a question and answer session. This is just their introduction. Ms. Gilson?
That's it, Dr. Brumley. And the applicants are actually going through their capacity interviews, and this meets the criteria for the public meeting and any public input. And we will begin with Louisiana Key Academy. And there we go.
Oh, there we go. Good morning. My name is Andromeda Love. I'm the Chief Academic Officer for Louisiana Key Academy. We are a system of tuition-free public charter schools for students with dyslexia in grades 1 through 8 here in Louisiana. So we want to start off by just talking a little bit about dyslexia and what it is. So dyslexia is defined as an unexpected difficulty in reading for someone who has the intelligence to be a much better reader. It's most commonly caused by a difficulty in phonological processing, and it can affect a student's ability to speak, read, and spell. So when thinking about this, we know that the unexpectedness of dyslexia means that students with dyslexia actually showcase average to above average intelligence. They have that isolated deficit in the phonological component of language, which is where we see the difficulties that they have academically. So they do have many strengths. They're very bright, but they isolated deficit is what causes them to have difficulties in school. Dyslexia, of course, impacts their reading ability, but it can also impact their abilities in all other academic areas as well. Dyslexia does affect 20% of the population. So that means that 1 in 5 students in Louisiana have dyslexia. It is the most common of all learning disabilities. Failing to diagnose dyslexia has a very high cost. When students aren't identified as having dyslexia, the cause for their difficulties isn't determined. So they are unable to receive the evidence-based instruction that they require for those difficulties. This can lead to a variety of adverse outcomes. Students will see themselves as dumb or not having a place in the classroom. It causes their self-esteem to decrease. And as they grow older, they are more likely to drop out of school. They're half as likely to attend college. And there's also a higher prevalence of prison, addiction, and self-harm in those who are dyslexic. So LKA is here to address those issues that students with dyslexia face. Our mission is to serve the community at large, to educate and remediate children with dyslexia using an evidence-based curriculum. And our other goal is to stand as an excellent model and resource for other schools and communities. Our vision is that we believe that every child with dyslexia deserves access to high-quality evidence-based instruction, regardless of their income, background, or their life circumstances. So we're really committed to empowering students to excel both academically and personally, and we're guided by our core values, which include perseverance, integrity, courage, and service. Some highlights of our model include free screening and evaluation for dyslexia. We also make sure that our reading teachers are trained through an MSLIC accredited center to become a certified academic language therapist. That is in our 1st through 5th grade program. That certification requires a lot of clinical hours, instruction, and an exam to show that our teachers are prepared to teach that evidence-based instruction to students with dyslexia. Yeah, we don't only focus on remediation for our students' deficiencies, we also focus on celebrating their strengths. So through our STEAM programming, which we have for all of our students in 1st through 8th grade, our students are able to have instruction that points to their deficits to remediate those, but also we celebrate things that they do well through our STEAM programming, as well as things like athletics, clubs, and other extracurricular activities. In our 1st through 5 model, we have a focus on our academic priorities of oral reading, making sure that our students become more fluent readers, vocabulary, and also oral to written language. As our students transition into middle school, we have a focus on grade level rigor, so continuing to make sure that they're getting the support they need, but that they're also getting access to grade level literature and standards, which occurs through all of our programming, 1st through 8th grade. We have a huger focus in middle school on self-advocacy and continuing to rebuild our students' self-esteem, making sure that they know what dyslexia is, what that means for them, and how to advocate for themselves as they transition into high school. We have a focus on vocabulary, that written and oral language, and also accommodations and technology tools for our middle school students, and focus on preparation for high school. So just to close out, I want to briefly highlight some partners that we work with. Looking here at the Yale Center for Dyslexia and Creativity, we partner with them on the creation of our model. We partner with the Dyslexia Resource Center, as well as the LSU Kane Center for STEM. And we have a wonderful quote here, which really points to the mission of Louisiana Key Academy, and we're very excited about the prospect of expanding our reach into the Jefferson Parish area. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right.
Our next school is Pine Prairie Charter School. While they're coming up, is the Destiny Charter School present? You all can come.
Good morning. My name is Brian Ardoin. This is Charles Johnson, and we are here with Pine Prairie Charter. Just to tell you a little bit about us, retired from Louisiana State Police, veteran for 23 years, retired from United States Marine Corps Reserve. I currently teach in higher ed at SLCC or Solus CC, and I've taught at LSUE, LSU, and a couple of other areas. Been in education for quite some time. Charles is also very accomplished. He has been a principal, he has been a teacher, he has been a coach. He's been in the school system for a little over 25 years. So we're happy to be here with you all today. So our first slide talks about our mission, empowering students today to lead communities of tomorrow. I know that may seem like a very simple mission statement, but if you'll look at the illustration to your right, this is how we plan on doing all of those things. When we look at kids in our community and in the rural areas of Louisiana, we want to make sure that we not only prepare them for AI and prepare them for engineering and mechanical engineering, but also individuals for your plumbing, electricians, and things of that nature as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ardoin. That is exactly what our vision will be, to transform lives. We believe that every student that comes to our school deserves an opportunity. Our instructional approach will be rigorous, data-driven, student-centered, all of the buzzwords, but also rich in technology. We'll include in that problem-solving, communication skills, and critical thinking, all skills that they're going to need to succeed and thrive. I was the director at MSA East in Iberville Parish for about 12 years. If you isolated our scores away from the homeschool, which we did, we were A-rated 5 years in a row. We had an economically disadvantaged student population, but we did not allow that to become a hindrance. We will do the same at Pine Prairie Charter. We will hold every single stakeholder accountable. That will start at the board, the CEO, the CAO, the teachers, the staff, students and parents. Everyone will be held accountable, and nothing short of excellence will be tolerated. Our distinction will be pretty clear. We will have flexible scheduling. We could sit here and talk for hours of what flexible scheduling looks like. We're going to be a traditional 5-day school week, but we'll use Monday as a flex day. We're going to embed high dosage tutoring for those that need it. Real deep professional development in areas for our teachers that will have an impact in the classroom. We will do related services, OT, PT, on those days. We will service gifted and talented students. Every single minute will be utilized. One of the things we're also going to do, as you can see, we have education partnerships with Royal Martin. We're going to prioritize school connectedness. And the key for us is we're going to have a CEO that is a business leader. 80% of all charter schools fail because of economic reasons. Our CEO is a business leader, and that won't happen for us.
The population in our area, we're economically disadvantaged. What we plan on doing is we're going to make sure we welcome all facets of our community: minorities, disability, English learners. We want to make sure that we treat the total family at this school, not just the student, but the parents. Try to be a resource center for them so that they can better raise and educate their children alongside of us. So we sought out to do this, not for our own reasons, but we were approached by the community. Our board, we're a small representation of our board. Our board consists of businessmen, educators, principals, plumbers, contractors, you name it. Folks got so excited about this that they actually donated the property. The community donated the property to us where Pine Prairie Charter is going to be located. We took out a survey and people were ecstatic about possibility of a new school, an A-rated school, a direction that we could go, which we don't have in our district right now. So we are looking to just bring better, more efficient teachers, and just make a better product for the children in our area. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your presentation.
Morning, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sonia Blank. Destiny Academy Charter School is rooted in simple but powerful mission to close the achievement gap and expand educational opportunity in 5 of Louisiana's most underserved rural parishes. We are committed to cultivating a nurturing, academically rigorous environment where students are respected, challenged, and empowered. Our goal is not just academic achievement, but the development of well-rounded, civically engaged, and career-ready graduates. Young people who will leave our school with the knowledge, skills, and character to guard. Our vision builds on our mission. We envision a future where our students, many of whom come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, become lifelong learners, responsible leaders, and active contributors to their community. We believe in measuring success not just by test scores, but by impact, raising ACT scores, higher graduation rates, and increased participation in college and career training. In short, we want our students to learn today, lead tomorrow, and serve all. Destiny Instructional Model is designed to meet the complex needs of our students. It's student-centered, personalized, and built on evidence-based practice. Every student will have an individualized learning plan, supported by small group instruction, high-dosage tutoring, and adaptive technology. We blend rigorous academics, including advanced placement and dual enrollment opportunities, with real-world learning through project-based activities and workforce development. Our model isn't just about catching students up, it's about pushing them forward well beyond the middle. Destiny Academy will serve students from 5 rural parishes. Those parishes are Madison, Hinshaw, Franklin, East Carroll, and Richmond. These are communities that have experienced decades of educational inequity and systemic barriers to academic achievement. Based on our state data, only 28 to 33% of students in these parishes are proficient in core subjects like ELA and math. Graduation rates are consistently below the state average, and many of our students come from single-parent households or live in communities without reliable access to enrichment, college prep, or career development programs. Destiny Academy was created with this population in mind. We are launching with 150 students and will grow to serve over 400 students by year 5. Our school model was specifically designed to meet the academic and emotional needs of rural learners through personalized instruction, dual enrollment, and trauma-informed. Slides 4 and 5 shows you the baseline for our growth. Slideshow shows our projected academic growth over the next 5 years. We anticipate raising student proficiency in ELA and math on the LEAP 2025 assessment from a regional baseline of 28 to 33% to at least 45% by year 5. We also expect to increase our average ACT scores from 16 to 20, meet Louisiana's college readiness benchmark. Additionally, we aim to boost our graduation rate from under 75% to 85%. Ensuring students are not only completing school, but leaving prepared for success. These projections are not arbitrary. They are grounded in evidence-based practices like high-dosage tutoring, career-aligned instruction, and rigorous performance monitoring. This growth chart is our contract to the community. We will improve outcomes, and we will do it with measurable results. The need is urgent, and the time is now. We've engaged parents, educators, local employers, and students across the region to shape this school. Our model addresses what they told us they need: rigorous academics, college and career pathways, mental health support, and family engagement. We secured partnerships with the Louisiana Deaf and Community College, the Workforce Commission, and regional employers who are ready to welcome our students into internships, apprenticeships, and mentorship programs. This isn't just a school plan, it's a community solution. In closing, the time is now. Destiny Academy Charter School. Learn today, lead tomorrow, serve always.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilson, any other remarks or comments? Great, thank you very much. All right, next item, please.
Your next item is on page 126, item 4.1, consideration of an update report regarding the LA Gator Scholarship Program. The recommendation is to receive, and updated documentation is being distributed.
Can I get a motion to receive, please? Dr. Clark and Ms. Champagne, seconds.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Steele. We're excited to once again give this board an update on the department's work on Gator, or what's left of Gator after Senate Finance a few days ago. But nonetheless, the department's work on Gator. I want to extend thanks to Ms. Gilson and Mr. Moore for their continued work on making sure that this process has worked out well for schools and families. I feel like for the most part, everyone feels as though the engagement has been really positive. I feel that for the most part, the service providers and schools feel like they have been supported. And of course, we received nearly 40,000 applications for families. So Caleb, if you don't mind, go ahead and walk the board through this presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you. So excited to share this quick update with you all now that the application period for this program has closed and we've been able to validate student applications, and we've got some final numbers for you. So today we'll cover the milestones that are taking place now and will take place over the next month for the program, some data about the kids that are eligible to participate in the program, and then our communication efforts around the program. So first, right now, throughout the month of May and June, schools have been setting tuition. Families have been looking at that, confirming tuition, and getting them ready to be enrolled in those schools. Next, we have in July, subject to the appropriation, of course, the student accounts will then be funded in rank order based on the prioritization that this board has approved. And then the marketplace will open for these families once that's funded. As we see, Odyssey still has great satisfaction ratings from families. These ratings come from after families interact with the Odyssey support team. It was 93.6%. I believe it's about the same this morning. You'll see some great responses from families and service providers here. Mostly it focuses around how fast the service is, how comprehensive and helpful the service is. And we're very happy to hear that. You know, we think the communication from the platform is very streamlined, very user-friendly, and very quick. Program participation, we received almost 40,000 applications at 39,202. Of those, a little over 34,000 are eligible. We received 5,211, which when you factor in those students in terminal grades, gets us to about 97% of all scholarship program students that have moved over into the LA Gator program. And then this number, we validated it. It's a little bit closer to 1,800 now, but the students that have a valid IDEA disability tier in the program. Student applications by city, this hasn't changed much throughout the life of the program except for the numbers, but in the top 5, you still see New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Metairie, Slidell, and Shreveport, as well as many other cities across the state. Again, by grade, we see that kindergarten has remained the largest at 4,507. And then, of course, in the later grades, especially 11th and 12th, that number goes down a good bit. Applicant family income, we still see around 80% at 81%, which is 29,654 of the applicants for this program are at that 250% or below the federal poverty guidelines, which puts them right in priority 2 or priority 1 if they're the LSP students. We see 10% in that 250 to 400% of the federal poverty guidelines, and then about 9% above 400% of the FPL. At the time of this presentation being put together, we had 274 approved non-public schools. I believe we have 276 now. There were 382 registered service providers as of this morning. We were at 408 registered service providers. These include higher ed institutions. We have, I believe, at least one public school district, public charter schools, uniform providers, school supply providers, all sorts of the eligible categories are currently registered on the platform. Our communications outreach has been incredible. 2.8 million plus ad views across Google, Meta, social media ads, targeted email, and digital advertising. You can see some of our advertising pieces here. Engagement, over 20,000 people clicked to learn more. 50,000 families received targeted outreach on this program, and 10,349 applications were accessed directly from the advertising for the program. I want to focus here on our email updates. The delivery rate, always above 99%, which is great. And the open rate always being 70% or higher, reaching up to 86%, which is also great for email campaigns. Our next email topics are updating families about their eligibility status, of course, after accounts are funded, and then tuition confirmation reminders so schools and families know to work together on getting that done. Again, our support, lagator.la.gov, is the place for all FAQs, program policy, all the links, program updates, and communication resources. And Odyssey support can be accessed as you see on the screen. Happy to take any questions regarding the program at this time.
Any questions, comments from the board? Mr. Birkin.
So with the Senate's latest version of the budget, how many kids do you expect to serve if that stands?
We're still rerunning the numbers based on that. We've had a lot of validation since the last time we ran that number. We had been running it previously for the governor's requested budget amount, but I have requested that number and we'll provide it as soon as we have it.
Right. Mr. Harris, any questions or comments? I know we've got a resolution, but anything as it relates to the presentation? All right, great. Thank you for that presentation. There was a motion to receive the report. Any objection to that report? All right, that motion passes. We do have an item. There's a resolution that's been passed out to the board. Mr. Harris, I'll turn it over to you to describe it and offer a motion. Oh, yes.
Yes, Board, I'd like to offer a motion that we adopt the resolution that I passed out. And what this resolution basically does, it kind of goes over the history of the Alligator program. Also stresses the importance of the Odyssey contract. This resolution will be sent to JLCB, reminding them that the current Odyssey contract that we have today will expire on June the 30th, as will the voucher program for the students that are on voucher. And we must have the Odyssey contract in place for Gator to successfully launch. Without it, we don't have Gator. So what this resolution basically does is ask the JLCB in their June meeting, approve the Odyssey contract, which has gone through all of the formal undertakings that a contract should undertake in the state, and it's ready to be approved and put into place. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's proper for me to read the resolution or.
It's a bit of a long resolution, but
It is.
For the benefit of the public, I think we'll publish it should there be any questions about it. But I think that there may be questions from the board. I know you're prepared to make a motion. Why don't we offer that motion formally?
Well,
and then
before he
take
does,
questions? All right.
I'd like to make a suggestion on the top, verbiage suggestion. On the top of the second page, the very first line says, whereas LDOE nor Bessie. I think it ought to say, whereas neither LDOE nor Bessie have capacity to administer. And in the second sentence, whereas LA Gator will not launch, perhaps not as important, but cannot launch. Just two potential changes in verbiage before the motion were to go forward. I think the first one is just an oversight.
Mr. Castile, while people further review, if I could make just a couple of comments relative to Mr. Harris, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I just want to affirm to the board what Mr. Appel just said. This program cannot launch. This program cannot launch without the contract, because a decision was made that the department nor Bessie would hire extensive amounts of staffing, and have the present funding to secure those staffing, nor the legacy cost of those staffing. And also decision was made to not invest in the technology platforms to be able to run such a program because we don't have the expertise to do that. And so without this contract being approved at June JLCB, Gator will not will not launch as written in the law moving forward because Gator is not voucher 2.0. The voucher program called for students to be able to select, our families to be able to select a school for their student, and we provided tuition directly to the school for that student. Gator is different in that it is a comprehensive marketplace of services where families can select schools or they can select service providers. And so to be able to operate, a system that looks much like Amazon of services, it requires a certain technology and staff expertise that the department does not hold or does not have the funds to acquire outside of the Odyssey contract that was approved last year, unanimously approved by this board and then approved by JLCB, and has been negotiated and then unanimously approved by this board for this upcoming year. And so I think Mr. Harris brings out a good point in that it's not just about potential new Gator kids having a launch this upcoming year. The present voucher kids will be without a school should this contract not be approved because the voucher program ceases to exist in Louisiana law beyond June 30th, and Gator does exist. And so I think it's important that you are taking this under consideration just to make sure further that members of JLCB understand the impact of not approving this contract at their upcoming meeting. So thank you, Mr. Harris, for offering.
Additional comments or questions from the board? Mr. Harris, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, I'd like to offer the motion that we adopt the resolution with the changes that were in on the second page where it says, whereas neither LDOE or Bessie have capacity. And also on the second paragraph, the second page, whereas LA Gator cannot launch. Those changes noted by Mr. Appel. And make the motion that we accept this resolution and send it over to the JLCB Senate President, Speaker of the House, and every member of the JLCB committee.
Great, thank you, sir. Ms. Champagne. Ms. Champagne seconds the motion. All right, you heard the motion and read the resolution. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes. Next item.
That concludes your agenda.
Thank you. We are adjourned. We will start the next.
Good morning, everyone. We'll call the Committee on the Board Administration and Education Finance to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Pell?
Yes.
Mr. Pell is present. Dr. Armstrong? Here. Dr. Armstrong present. Mr. Birkin?
Here.
Mr. Birkin present. Mr. Castile?
Here.
Mr. Castile is present. Ms. Champagne? Here. Champagne is present. Dr. Clark? Here. Dr. Clark is here. Mr. Harris?
Here.
Mr. Harris is present. Mr. Hollis? Here. Mr. Hollis is present. Ms. Holloway? Ms. Holloway not present. Ms. Mellory?
Present.
Mellory is present. Mr. Morris?
Here.
Ms. Morris is present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. First item, please.
The consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 4.1, 5.1, 5.2, 6.2, and 7.1.
Do you have a motion on the consent agenda? Mr. Harris? Second, Ms. Millerin? Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Next, please.
Your first item is on page 34, item 5.3, consideration of LDOE contracts greater than $50,000. The recommendation is to approve.
Motion, please, Ms. Armstrong. Second, Ms. Champagne. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 95, item 5.4, consideration of federal state grants and allocations to LEAs, type 2 charters, type 5 charters, approved non-public schools, and community-based organizations, competitive and other. The recommendation is to approve.
Motion on 5.4. Mr. Castile, second. Ms. Champagne, first and second, I'm sorry. Any discussion on that? Seeing no discussion, any opposition, that motion passes. Next.
Your next item is on page 119, item 6.1, consideration of program and budget revisions on HG statewide grant programs for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. The recommendation is to approve.
Motion on 6.1, Mr. Hollis, Mr. Appel. Any discussion, any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Next.
Your next item is on page 135, item 6.3, consideration of HG funding cycle activities, approval of HG statewide programs for fiscal year 2025, 2026. The recommendation is to approve.
Motion 6.3, Ms. Champagne, Ms. Mellorin. Any discussion? Any opposition? That motion passes. There is one thing, Mr. Appel, you would like to, there's a question.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe this is the appropriate time, but I don't see Miss Ciano in the audience.
She's in the back.
Oh, she's way in the back. Could you come up for 1 second? And as y'all remember, we sent a request to the Orleans Parish School Board seeking information on a controversy that's kind of swirling around them related to the loss of tens of millions of dollars in revenues to the school system. They did respond, and I asked Ms. Ciano if she could give us a very brief recap of the response. And I will add one thing that didn't come up, at least in my reading of it, but I noticed yesterday in the paper something else that triggered it, and that was that what is the plan for a potential declining student population? And I noticed yesterday that Caddo, I believe, was undergoing some kind of overview because they were going to lose about 600 students or so. So I don't think that Orleans addressed that. Maybe you can say something. But I think it's something that we need to focus on as we go forward if we're going to see declining student populations in various districts around the state. We need to make sure these school boards have strategies. We can't just let them dwindle in population, which equates to a dwindling in revenues. But again, I'm not sure that that was addressed in the responses, and that's okay. So if you could just give us a quick overview, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Beth Sienna with the department. The report that we received from Orleans was very comprehensive. It provided details on the circumstances of the issue. which was some calculations that were not as close as they needed to be according to the expected revenues. That put the Orleans Parish School Board and the charters within the school district at a point where they needed to re-examine their expenditures and the revenues for the year and come up with some solutions. The board themselves voted a few months ago to use some of their own monies to assist the schools. There is still some debate out and some negotiations with the city with regards to revenues that the school board may be due. But I believe that communications have been expanded between the school board and the charter schools, and trying through that a more open communication and involvement going forward and solutions that they seem to have a sufficient plan. It doesn't solve the problem. There remains some challenges at this point, but they have exhibited some eagerness to make some communication stronger so that they can solve their issues.
Just a couple of last things. A couple of issues that come from this. There's still an ongoing litigation between the city and the school system, excuse me, the school district, over a bunch of money that the city used for different purposes other than education. And of course the council is siding with the school district to a great extent. So there's a big controversy going on with that. Oh dear, I lost the other one. Anyway, there was another issue that related to this refilling the reserves. They are going to be using, I can't remember the exact number, but it's tens of millions out of their reserves. We need to be cognizant of the fact they need to refill those reserves because you have reserves for a reason. And just depleting them in 1 year is not the best solution. You got to be able to fill them back up. So, excuse me. So I guess the key takeaway, and I appreciate what Ms. Ciano has done, is that we're on top of this as best we can be without micromanaging the school district. It's not our job. It's their job. And but we need to monitor what's going on in Orleans Parish as other districts. And that's kind of what we've done here. And I appreciate what you've done in keeping on top of these folks. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Moore.
Superintendent, if you could maybe help us out, what do we expect to be the impact, if anything, for the operation of schools this year? Any insight there?
You're speaking relative to New Orleans? Yeah. Well, my major concern had been operations and opportunities over the course of the summer. And Dr. Clark and I have had a number of conversations just talking through those particular issues and challenges there within the city. I don't have any additional knowledge relative to the opening of next school year. Dr. Clark may have additional information on that, but I do not.
Good morning. I know that the board is meeting tomorrow, and I guess we'll have more of a resolution. There is an ongoing discussion today about the amount that's in reserves, the amount that needs to stay in reserves, and the amount that needs to go to schools to continue to operate from this year so that the impact for next year is not as bad. So I don't have that information yet, but that should come out on tomorrow when the board takes the vote.
Dr. Clark, do you know if school systems have had to make any adjustments to their plan for this next school year because of this concern?
Yeah, so they polled all of the schools yesterday to see the impact. And some schools have an impact as of like 1.5 million for next school year. I know like my school will have an impact of probably about 250,000 because we run more slim with staffing. But the impacts when you get to a system like KIPP, which runs about 10 schools, you're looking at an impact of more than $5 million having to release employees because we just don't have the funding to move forward. And the dwindling enrollment along with the city consumption and collection rates that are much lower, it's causing some issues across the city right now.
And so what I'm hearing is that the primary impact would be the staffing.
The primary impact will be the staffing first to adjust to the new amount that we would have to operate our schools.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Appel, wanted to just acknowledge too, like as a former local system leader in both of the systems that I led, I took on an approach to right size the system to the population. Sometimes that included expansion or new schools to meet population growth, and sometimes it, even within the same system, involved school closure. And so I have never I have never had an opportunity where I proposed a school closure in a local system and have been met with favorable applause. It has always been a very tough and sticky political decision for local boards to make. But I feel like every time that we did that, it was always the right decision because we could place students in higher performing schools and then consolidate resources so that you could pay teachers more and have additional opportunities for kids. But, you know, at the end of the day, those decisions are the purview of the local school boards to make systems operate effectively in terms of right sizing. And many times, no, I shouldn't say many, oftentimes those decisions aren't made because they're very politically sensitive to those local board members. I just know that as Louisiana has lost population over the last few years, as we have the fewer children being born, we've talked about this, fewer children being born post 2008, more and more school systems are going to have to make tough decisions around right sizing their systems and maybe partnerships beyond their borders. We've helped several school systems now through our RSD work further right size their systems, and that was one of the approaches that we've used. But I agree with you in that if local systems aren't making sure that they're right sized to their population, they will struggle to be able to pay teachers what they deserve to be paid and provide opportunities for kids.
And just keep in mind, everyone, that Orleans Parish is an extraordinary circumstance because almost entirely it's made up of charter schools. Not all, I think there's one traditional public school, which is yet to be proven. But so if those kind of decisions are a little bit different in Orleans Parish than they were in, say, Jefferson Parish, where the school board had control of all institutions and can make universal and strategic decisions. It's a little bit different in Orleans. So anyway, that's why I was a little keen on this. And so going forward, we just got to keep an eye on what's going on and try to keep an understanding of what's happening. We don't want to lose ground because of changing demographics in the schools. And also the influx of migrants, obviously migrant children that may be not fluent in English has a big impact that didn't have 10 years ago. So as I say, it's not our job to micromanage, just what you said, and we shouldn't, but it is our job to kind of have an overview position. And I think that's what we've done. And I'm very happy that we've handled it very well. Thank you.
And I think too, Mr. Appel, you prompted them to do further examination within their own system, you know.
I would also invite you to look at just exactly what you're talking about. Lafayette Parish in my district has consolidated. I think you saved in the neighborhood of $11 million to where you could put towards new teachers, upcoming teachers, and everything. So it is happening out there for those ones who are strong enough to do that, and they are. So thank you. Next.
That concludes your agenda.
I did my part, folks. We're done.
the Legislative and Government Affairs Committee. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and may we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Appel? Mr. Appel is present. Dr. Armstrong? Here. Dr. Armstrong is present. Mr. Birkin?
Here.
Mr. Birkin is present. Mr. Castile?
Here.
Ms. Castile is present. Ms. Champagne? Here. Champagne is present. Dr. Clark? Here. Dr. Clark is present. Mr. Harris?
Here.
Harris is present. Mr. Hollis?
Here.
Hollis is present. Ms. Holloway? Ms. Holloway is not present. Ms. Mellory? Here. Ms. Mellory is present. Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Morris is present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Agenda items?
First item on the agenda is item 2.1, consideration of an update report regarding the Louisiana 2025 regular legislative session. The recommendation is to receive the report, and an updated copy was passed out a few minutes ago.
Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Dr. Armstrong, a second by Ms. Champagne. Just a couple of quick comments. I want to thank y'all for your work throughout this legislative session. It's been very busy. And thank you for the worker bees that have gone to the Capitol when asked. And I very much appreciate it, as the board appreciates it. I think we've done pretty well this session. We have a lot of work to do to pull us across the finish line before session is over, and that's going to mostly be on HB1 coming out of the Senate. Let's watch for the amendments that are put on in the Senate. And then unless the House concurs with the Senate amendments, there will be a committee, a conference committee that will take up the budget. And that's where we may ask you to call particular members to make sure that those priorities for Bessie are taken care of in that budget. But everything else seems to be percolating on quite a bit, quite nicely. So you do have an updated tracker. So if you have any questions, just get with me if you want to off the record, and we'll be glad to discuss. Any other comments or anything? Oh, yeah, definitely. Excuse me. Ashley and Ben, thank you. Excuse me. Their work was so stellar, it took my voice away. But thank y'all so much for this and for the hours I know y'all spent on this and with me on the phone and with the officers. Thank you so much for your work. Anything else on the agenda?
That concludes your agenda.
Okay. Do I need a motion to adjourn? No. We are adjourned. Thank you.
On behalf of the Educator Effectiveness Committee, I call this meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Appel. Here. Dr. Armstrong, Mr. Birkin. Mr. Castile.
Here.
Ms. Champagne.
Here.
Dr. Clark.
Here.
Mr. Harris.
Here.
Mr. Hollis. Ms. Holloway. Is not present. Ms. Mellorine. Mr. Morris. Ms. Boutin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. First item, please.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 2.1, 3.1, 5.1 through 5.13, and 6.7 through 6.9. Motion.
Okay, may I get a motion? Mr. Harris and Dr. Armstrong? Does the department have any information?
Any objection?
Any objections? Any information?
Motion.
Motion, please, has passed. I'm sorry.
Next item.
Next item.
Your first item is on page 11, item 4.1, consideration of an update report regarding the Louisiana Public Interest Fellowship. The recommendation is to receive.
May I get a motion? Mr. Harris first and Mr. Appel second. Thank you.
Dr. Clark, our 2024 Louisiana Public Interest Fellow, you all well know, is Kylie Altier from East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, and really excited to get an update, Kylie, on everything that's happening.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Thompson with the Office of School System Relations. I have the pleasure of managing the Public Interest Fellowship and working with Kylie this year. I'm so excited for her to share with you what she's been able to accomplish this year and give you her final report.
All right. Well, hello again, everybody. I just first want to start out by saying thank you for this incredible opportunity. As the 2024 Public Interest Fellowship, my initiative was focused on supporting parental involvement in their child's reading through creating parent resource videos that would be shared through the Read with Kylie website and distributing literacy kits. So today I'd like to share with you what we've been able to accomplish with this opportunity. Shaped by my own experience struggling to read with dyslexia, my 12 years of experience as a first grade teacher and teaching my own daughter how to read at 4, this fellowship has been the culmination of my greatest goal in education, to make sure all children have access to high quality reading instruction for free, because learning to read is too important to be anything but free. So to accomplish this, my team and I worked all year in 3 major phases. So the first was set course, create, connect. Then we moved into enroll and engage, and finally support and sustain. So in the January update, I went into detail on phase 1, but just as a quick refresher, this is the phase where we laid the foundation for a successful year. Through lots of research and collaboration, we selected and created resources that would be provided for families. We relaunched the Read with Kylie website, forged community and national partnerships, and finally created 1,000 literacy kits. These kits included a parent guide written by me that outlined a structured literacy routine for families, phonogram cards with parent notes for pronunciation and multiple sounds, high-frequency word cards focused on orthographic mapping rather than memorization, high-quality decodable texts from Bob books and Charge Into Reading, and finally an LCD writing tablet for sustainable encoding practice. In phase 2, the first big job was to find 1,000 families who wanted to commit to teaching their children how to read. In total, we ended up with 1,017 families who signed up and were able to use a few of the remaining resources from the ADF grant that I'd received in the previous year to make up that extra 17. And then also, I won the Voya Unsung Heroes grant this school year and used that to be able to purchase 40 sets of some higher level decodables for students who progressed quickly through the materials for like some second graders who had signed up. And we had a few teachers request kits and were able to send out small group sets to 5 different teachers to pilot. And in addition, volunteers in public schools asked to put a kit in every one of their large campuses so volunteers could use their kits through their Everybody Reads program. After parents signed up, we had to begin the journey of getting the kits in the hands of children. So we used the EBR Pony system for students within the district. We did scheduled pickup days where parents could just drive by and grab a kit, and we gave out like some free Canes gift cards at that. We dropped off kits at schools who had a lot of students sign up, like Kenilworth and the LSU Lab School, and even had some of the fellowship team drive to houses and drop them in mailboxes. Another way we distributed kits and spread the word about the fellowship was by attending literacy events in the community. We had several schools and organizations ask us if parents could sign up at their events, and it was really amazing to see all around the community people engage with literacy. Finally, we hosted our own parent workshops where we would not only enroll and give out kits, but also enlist children as tiny teachers who were teaching their parents how to use the materials in the kits. I never really personally thought this would be something parents would show up for because I assumed everybody would rather like learn online at their own pace, but every single event had families ready and eager to read. So we hosted 6 different events at EBR public libraries across town. And we gave them an overview of how your brain learns to read. Then we did the first reading lesson together using the reading kit, and then had time for like a Q&A session. At the Knock Knock Children's Museum, they requested 2 separate In the Know events. One was specifically for struggling readers, and one was a beginning readers course. For the struggling readers course, I walked parents through how to give a diagnostic phonics assessment, and then we actually built custom kits for them based on the results. And the final event we did was at Gardner Christian Academy, where their school popped popcorn for everyone and had translators present for their bilingual families. So I never really anticipated in-person events being a part of this fellowship, but it led to some of my greatest connections of the year and conversations with parents. Being able to really like give live feedback and hear what parents were asking was gave me the ability to shape what we would need to do in our last phase, support and sustain. So in phase 3, we wanted to make sure every family had the ability to ask questions and receive answers, but also for us to gain information on how to make Read with Kylie even more impactful. We began making contact with parents individually by using their preferred method of contact information. And when I realized how big of a task it would be to reach out to 1,000 families, I added 2 more teachers to the fellowship team that focused just on parent communication. And through these messages back and forth with families, we were able to give personalized reading tips to help their children continue to shine. In this conversation, you can see on the board, the parent actually like sent me a video of their child reading. She like knew all the sounds, but was struggling to blend them together. And I was able to make like custom videos for her explaining how to do continuous blending to support her amazing little reader. Another way we supported families was by making Q&A videos based on their needs. So even if just one parent asked a question, I did my best to film a response and of how to implement any case they were looking for and put it online in case any other parents were having the same questions. Questions around dibbles were everywhere I went. Every single time I ever spoke to a family, they wanted to know more about dibbles and how to help their kids with dibbles. And most often there was a little bit of panic in the air when these questions were being asked. So one of the big series I did this year was explaining the ins and outs of each subtest, why they're great indicators of excellent readers, and best practices to grow foundational reading skills without the stress and the test prep. I also created a monthly newsletter that emailed out to families based on needs I was hearing for our fellowship families. And I used the newsletter to share ideas, highlight Read with Kylie in action, and hopefully remind families that they are absolutely the perfect people to teach their children how to read. It became overwhelmingly evident that phonics was the daunting task for most parents to teach. So the original parent guiding kit included lots of information on how to teach phonics patterns, but I wanted to help by making something even more explicit that explains why the phonics patterns actually make sense. So I made this new parent guide called The Rules for Reading, so reading can rule. And in this parent guide, it breaks down over 70 of the most common patterns in the English language, gives key words, pronunciation tips, spelling rules, word lists to practice phonemic awareness, decoding, and encoding. And I also provided a 5-minute phonics routine that parents can do if they're on a short time looking for maximum impact. So every single one of these has a correlated video that I'm actually teaching the parent and the child at the same time. So they're able to get tips on how to teach this, but they can learn it at the same time as their child. And by the time the video is over, it's kind of their turn to take over and continue until the pattern is being read fluently. So this course took me 4 months to film, write, and edit and bring to life after teaching and then bedtime with my kids. This is what I was doing all night. So I'm really excited for the launch of this, and it's already been super exciting to hear some feedback. A crucial part of sustaining this project and making plans for the future is held within the data findings of this year. So in the next few slides, I'll go over both quantitative and qualitative data. The first measure we looked at was DIBELS, and thanks to a data agreement with EBR, we were able to track the K-2 students who enrolled just within my school district. While there were other kids outside of the school district, this just focuses on the kids in EBR. So like, especially one demographic I'm excited to hear about next year is our pre-K babies who work so hard, who don't give this test, but they have made a lot of growth too. So we compared the students enrolled with the fellowship to the last year's statewide DIBELS composite scores. And it really illuminated the success of our fellowship for our kindergarten and first grade students. And it also shows our biggest area of growth. Like while our second grade students, the light blue you see here is the Read with Kylie students. It is still tracking ahead of the state averages. I feel like you're seeing the least amount of difference there, because those students who are in second grade and still struggling with foundational reading skills need something a little bit more prescriptive. And a little more intensive instructional practice. And finally, and what I think is most notable, is I had a small group of focus families, and these were the families that were actively engaged all year. So if you got a reading kit, you didn't have to do any of the follow-up, but if you did do the follow-up, I specifically tracked those students who were checking in regularly, came to in-person events, said they were using the kit frequently, and that specific group of students, 88% of them were either on or above grade level by the end of the year. So that was really exciting. We also gathered data from an end of the year parent survey that was sent out to parents. And by the end of the year, 71% of parents were feeling confident to teach their child how to read. One parent even stated that they were happy. So the tiny little boop right there, they got to write in that feeling happy, which is just adorable. And I was also really excited to see at the start of the fellowship, 82% of parents felt that they were either okay or confident teaching. So actually our beginning of the year data, that's a lot better than I had originally think and it thought it might have been. And it really affirmed my belief that parents can and should be playing an active role in teaching their children how to read. We also asked parents to describe their child's own reading level pre and post survey. And as you can see here, a lot more children are shifting into the fully reading books category. The post survey also asked parents how important they feel it is for parents to have resources to teach their children how to read, and 97% of them stated it was very important. 81% of families said they were using the kit weekly or more frequently, and families who are using it less frequently cited time constraints and specifically having to work on homework as kind of barriers for utilizing it more often. Finally, we made space to share qualitative data where parents could share any successes they've experienced from the fellowship and offer any feedback they had for improvement. While the feedback was overwhelmingly positive, a few constructive comments really will help moving forward in tailoring Read with Kylie. So a few of the constructive feedbacks were more in-person workshops. So I'm going to work to build out how other people can lead those. That'll be more on my next step, but things like communication, which communicating with 1,000 families, which is a much larger task. So I'm going to work a lot more on that. But just to share a few of the quotes that were shared, one person said, "Keep reading the word and teaching children how to read. We need this." Neither parents were in the educational field, so we didn't know where to start when it came to teaching our children how to read. We love the resource for both the parent and the child. I'm so excited about Read with Kylie because it made teaching my child how to read less painful, more fun and exciting. Before, it felt like I was bothering his teacher to help gain the skills to teach my son. Now with Read with Kylie, I can help my son and have the skills to be not able to get frustrated while trying to get him to love reading. Kylie really inspired me to jump right in. She made it easy and way less daunting. I don't think I personally would have been able to teach my daughter how to read before Kylie's program. And I won't read you all of this because I will probably cry, but just some highlights. Like this parent said, it It was great to see how lines and squiggles, I'm going to cry anyway, he used to see are now becoming letters and words. My child's reading chapter books. They've grown a ton. It was a great time bonding, which that was like my big goal with this is teaching your child how to read is really beautiful experience as a parent in terms of that bonding. My son went from resisting anything to do with reading to hitting his growth goals at school on Dibbles. Every child should have reading resources at home. Thank you for this. And this has truly changed my child's life. So in terms of what's next with all that in mind, we have a few next key steps. I'm working on the development of a course specifically for struggling readers. And actually, when I wrote this, it is officially live on the website. That just to make it a little more intensive, it has a diagnostic test, how to give it. And more specific strategies on how to help those students. I also want to design a course specifically for teachers or tutors who are looking for resources that they could use to help their students' families or to be used instructionally in the classroom. And I hope to share out the work that was done through the Public Interest Fellowship, which I hope you have found as powerful as I have. And finally, I want to continue building the website until everything families need is right there for free, because learning to read is too important to be anything but free. So thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to spread a love of literacy. While this has been all about learning to read, more than anything, my hope is that reading stops feeling like a gatekeeper, making children feel like they aren't good enough. And with every child learning to read along the way, I think I'm making first grade Kylie really proud. I wasn't less smart because it took me a little longer to read than the other kids in the room, and neither are any of our children. So with the right foundational reading skills, a lot of joy, and the gift of feeling seen through connection, I know all children can learn to read. So thank you so much again. It's been an amazing year. I didn't cry too much, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Kylie. I am excited. I want to commend your outreach, especially the utilization of the local public libraries. I think that was a very good fit. I do want to get the link to your monthly newsletter. I think that's something great to share across the state of Louisiana. And what are your plans to expand outside of Baton Rouge? I notice it's just in Baton Rouge right now.
Yeah, we actually shipped to a few other cities because some people heard through word of mouth. But the reading kit, the physical reading kits, obviously were funded through the fellowship, so that's a little bit. But the new website has the new reading course actually has everything to be able to be downloaded. So it's truly a lot more accessible than it was by the end of the year. My big goal was that by the end of the year, the website would kind of speak for itself and people everywhere could get access to those materials. So I think it's ready to be as far and wide as, as people
This
are
is
willing
great.
to see it. Yeah.
Good job. Great
Thanks.
job.
Yeah.
Comment?
So not surprisingly, the wow factor is off the charts. So kudos for that. Just the idea that not only are you teaching kids to read, but you're teaching parents to teach kids to read, right? So I don't know how much more efficient you can get than that. But I'm just curious from your experience, what's the secret sauce to family engagement from your experience? What would you say?
So I think for me, the secret sauce is that there's a lot of parents that want to do it, but that a lot of the traditional things that kids know from birth their animal sounds, right? Like we all know to do that in our homes. So I think it's giving concrete, little minor shifts. Like instead of singing the ABC song to your kid, let's start from really young. The phonetic patterns, I do feel like phonemic awareness, specifically hearing the sounds and spelling, are two parts of reading instruction that families often miss that are so easy to add in. And I mean, the parents have told me it's that was such a game changer for us. So I do think it's in the practices, but I think one thing for me that's been really impactful is just taking the stress out. Like here you see on the slide, it's never too late. I think so many parents feel like if I don't nail this down when my kid gets to kindergarten, it's over. They're ruined for the rest of their life. Or if my kid's well below in Dibbles on first grade, they've got no shot at this. So I think taking some of the pressure off and being able to be look, I'm a mom. I just did this. I had to, I didn't learn how to read until third grade is when I was and I'm okay. Here I am. Right. So I think kind of removing for me, that's what's so impactful about parents, right? There's no deadline of this is the end of your school year. You're going to work with your kid on this until it's done. So I think being that comforting person who's able to reassure people that it's never too late has been a big I feel like the stress around teaching kids how to read is so detrimental to children. And that's what I felt very tremendously growing up. So,
Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
yeah.
Any other comments? Mr. Appel? No comment? Okay. Any objections? Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 87, item 6.1, consideration of executive session regarding discussion of the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of a person. The recommendation is to convene executive session.
Can I get a motion to go into executive session? Mr. Appel, Dr. Armstrong, second. Is there any public comment or board discussion on this matter before we take a roll call vote? Nope. In order for this motion to pass, 2/3 affirmative vote of members present is required. May I have a roll call vote at this time?
Mr. Appel? Yes. Dr. Armstrong? Yes. Mr. Birkin? Yes. Mr. Castile? Yes. Ms. Champagne? Yes. Mr. Harris? Yes. Mr. Hollis, not present. Ms. Holloway, not present. Ms. Mellorine? Yes. Mr. Morris? Yes. Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes.
I will advise the audience that we will be in executive session for the length of time necessary for this discussion. No votes will be taken while the committee is in executive session. All votes will be made in public. Additionally, public disclosure is not required of matters discussed in a properly held executive session. At this time, the Educator Effectiveness Committee stands in recess to go into executive session. Can I get a motion to reconvene the Educator Effectiveness Committee meeting and continue with the regular order of the agenda to vote on the items discussed in executive session? Motion made by Mr. Castile, second by Ms. Mellorin. Next item, please.
All right. Next item is on page 88, item 6.2, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching credential appropriate to the credentials of Ms. Pamela Francois. The recommendation is to grant, deny, or defer.
I move to approve item numbers 6.2 through 6.6 in globo.
Can I get a second? Mr. Castile seconds. Any comments, questions? Any objections? Next item, please.
That concludes your agenda.
Thank you.
to the Administrative Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee meeting of June 2nd, 2025. Could we have a roll call, please?
Mr.
I'm
Appel,
sorry, I didn't hear the gavel though. Was there a gavel here?
I told you we were having a problem.
Mr. Appel,
Here.
Dr. Armstrong, Mr. Birkin, Mr. Castile, Ms. Champagne, Dr. Clark, Mr. Harris, Mr. Hollis, not present, Ms. Holloway, not present, Ms. Mellorine, Mr. Morris, Ms. Lopes Morgan, not present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, first item, please.
Consent agenda is ready for approval.
Okay, Mr. Castillo moves and Mr. Harris seconds for approval. Do we have any do we have any comment? Do we have any objection? Hearing none, the motion stands approved. Next.
Your first item is on page 60, item 3.1, consideration of a timeline and process for the establishment of the Physical Education Content Standards Review Committee. The recommendation is to approve as outlined, and backup documentation has been distributed.
Okay, Mr. Harris moves and Dr. Armstrong seconds. You want to make any comments? Okay, give us a second.
So Dr. Chasson will come and give a review of this, but I'm really excited about the opportunity to rework standards for physical education. I think that we hear a lot about troubles that youth face, many of those being related to societal concerns, but also our youth face issues such as increased juvenile diabetes, cardiovascular issues, mental health concerns, and the list goes on and on. And so I'm thankful that a couple of years ago, or maybe it was last year, that legislation passed to mandate recess, which is basically supervised free play for children at a minimum of 15 minutes, every day. And so we were excited about that. But I think there's an opportunity here as well to think about what a proper PE program should look like in schools. And I know that we have many PE teachers that do a fantastic job of helping students understanding health, making sure that students are active during those programs, making sure that they're appreciating various lifetime activities for wellness and sport. But there is certainly room for improvement. And so we are really excited about the opportunity to kick off this particular process. Certainly the work that we're doing around the math and reading standards is important. But, we think the opportunity to recreate proper PE classrooms in schools across the state is also really important. So Dr. Chasson, you want to give an update?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Brumley. Jenna Chasson, Department of Education. Happy to bring you all an update today on the Physical Education Standards Review process. And today is really the launch of this process. Just wanted to ground this launch to our larger department priorities and goals, and just kind of make that connection to physical education and how it directly supports these priorities. For example, through academic achievement, we know that physical activity boosts focus, cognitive function, and performance in literacy and math. There's research to show that. And also around teacher support, we hope for these revised standards to provide clear, developmentally appropriate guidance to promote high-quality instruction for our teachers. The Louisiana K-12 physical education standards were last reviewed in 2017, and Bulletin 741 states that Louisiana content standards shall be reviewed and revised every 7 years. So we are due to review and revise our PE standards. We know that in Louisiana, many students are affected by serious health problems, as Dr. Brumley stated. And we know that that can lead to missed instructional days and make it harder for students to reach their full academic potential. We also know that by tending to physical fitness, we can help mitigate these health issues and support improved overall health for students. To address this, we aim to shift the focus from one-off physical tasks to a more complete skills-based approach that builds habits for lifelong health. We also aim to use grade band indicators to support natural skill progression and developmentally appropriate learning. This revision is designed to strengthen instruction, boost student engagement, which we often hear is low in physical education classes, and ensure all students have access to high-quality physical education that ultimately leads to physical literacy and lifelong health-enhancing activity. To do this, we've situated several goals. The LDOE proposes a standards review process led by professional Louisiana educators and leaders from community health organizations that results in strong, developmentally appropriate physical education standards. The committee will work to strengthen foundational physical literacy skills across grade bands, use grade span indicators for developmentally appropriate progression, support high-quality instruction, and integrate health-focused outcomes. We plan to structure the review committees as seen here on this slide. The 9-member steering committee will guide the process and assure that updates align with the revision goals. The steering committee will vote to send the committee's draft standards to the department so the department can make final recommendations on the standards to BESI. The 2 grade band area work groups, which will be composed of teachers and members with grade band expertise, will review, update, and assure that there is vertical alignment for the standards on which the steering committee will discuss and vote. LDOE will play the role of facilitators by facilitating the process, presenting the goals to the steering committee and work groups, and provide resources to frame the process. The 11-member steering committee will be composed of members from each of the 2 proposed grade band work groups. The steering committee will work to guide the process, assure that the content updates from the work groups align to the review goals, and receive and review public comments. 2 grade band work groups will be established to maximize the efficiency of the writing process and to center discussions. Through strategic collaboration, the work bands will progress systematically through the process. The department will work with its partners in higher education, Louisiana health organizations, Louisiana teacher organizations, and school systems to encourage all interested parties to apply. The application to serve on these committees will be open for a 1-month period and will allow applicants to reach out to the health and physical education team with questions. Candidates will be reviewed upon the application window closure, and application scoring will occur through an objective process detailed here. We plan to bring the committee recommendations to BESI in October. You can see here the timeline for the K-12 Louisiana Student Standards Physical Education Review. And this is designed to allow the committee 4 months of time to work and 2 months of public comment. We plan to share monthly progress reports, and optimally, the learning year will take place during 2026-2027, with full implementation during the 27-28 school year. And that concludes this update.
Dr. Chasson, one of the things you neglected to mention was that in terms of activities such as push-ups, sit-ups, burpees, 1.5-mile runs, we'll be implementing a BESI member demonstration at each meeting moving forward over the next few months. So be prepared.
Who's got the lead on that?
Thank you. One thing I might add, and I noticed on slide 5, you highlighted this, I think it was the last item on slide 5, was the significance of relating physical education with eating, good health habits, nutrition. They go hand in glove. Yeah, I think it's item 4 on this one. They go hand in glove, and you can't disconnect the two. So I know we've spent a lot of time talking about the nutrition side, and that's extremely important. Physical education, the two to go together. So this is something important for the people of Louisiana in general. We all know that so much of the health problems that exist in our state and our country come from too much overprocessed food and lack of good health, physical activity, and so forth and so on. So I applaud what y'all are doing. This is great. This is a real positive thing. Appreciate it. Okay, do we have any other questions or comments? And no. What's that?
Happy to see this since PE was my favorite class.
I would hope you passed. Anyway, do we have any objection to the motion? No objections being heard. The motion stands adopted. Thank you so much. Next item.
Next item is on page 67, item 3.2, consideration of an update report regarding the ELA and Math Content Standards Review Committee. The recommendation is to receive.
Thank you. Dr. Armstrong moves and Mr. Perkins seconds. Okay, you're back up again.
Dr. Chasson will provide the report.
Thank you, Dr. Brumley. Today, I just wanted to provide you all with a brief update with a few examples from our ELA and Math Content Standards Review process. As you all are very aware, we are in the middle of facilitating a standards review process that's led by professional Louisiana educators to develop the best Louisiana standards for students. This is something we've been really excited about, taking this opportunity to just make the best standards we possibly can as we refresh our ELA and Math standards. So as a reminder, this is the structure of the review committees. We have a 15-member steering committee that guides the process and assures that updates align with the revision goals. And we have our work groups for ELA and Math that are digging in within their content areas and grade bands on each and every word within the standards. You can see from the scheduled meetings on this slide, the committee is just over halfway through their review and revision process. The committee members quickly began working after their selection was confirmed at March Bessie, and we've had 4 successful steering committee meetings and work group sessions at this point. We have been really impressed by the steering committee membership, these content work groups. These educators and experts have really dug right into the process. It is just very clear at the meetings that they are doing homework in between. They are studying, they're weighing this so heavily and are bringing all of that expertise into the meeting. So it's been really impressive to listen to their deep and thoughtful conversations about the standards, and we're so grateful to them for doing that. The next meeting will be held this week, and the final meeting will occur by the end of the month. We do have 2 tentatively scheduled meetings in the event that the committee needs more revision time, but as of now, all of the work is on schedule, really due to the committee members just being so dedicated to the task and to the work and doing that work in between and coming really prepared to each session. This slide outlines the scope of the review and revision of the ELA standards, so you can see at each meeting what each centered on. And I wanted to bring you all an example for both ELA and Math so you can see how the standards are how the committee is really proposing some changes here. You can see this example of a revised ELA standard around reading foundational skills. You know, some of the feedback that we've heard is that we needed more clarity. We wanted the science of reading really brought out more in those ELA standards, especially in the early grades. And so you can see how the committee, I think, has really done an excellent job here of making those early foundational reading standards even stronger by making them more specific. You can see the addition of encoding supports stronger development of students' foundational skills, and including the language of stressed and unstressed syllables supports students in decoding, reading fluency, and word recognition. So these are all the most commonly used terms and some of the most important pieces of the science of reading that our committee is really working to use to strengthen the ELA standards. Math focus areas were also determined by strands of the standards. The work kicked off with a discussion of aligning these strands for additional coherence in grades K-8. As the committee moved through the sequence of meetings, all work was aimed at reaching the goal of strengthening foundational skills standards progression to ensure the development of advanced skills. So you can see that progression here on this slide through the meetings. The work in high school for math is a little different, as our standards are grouped as courses in math for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. And before now, no additional courses have been defined at the state level. The committee felt very strongly around changing that and adding And so the committee began with a review of the Algebra 1 standards and a discussion to clarify fourth math courses. The committee is reviewing the 3 historic sets of standards and will determine the standards for specific fourth course options. Development of fourth course options will help us reach the goal of identifying pathways of relevant mathematics for students in grades 9 through 12 aimed at success in college, career, or service. And so you see that work on that fourth math course still continues right now. And this is an example of a 6th grade math standard. And you can see what the committee is proposing to change here. In this example, the committee provided clear examples and highlighted the importance of precise ratio language and formatting, bringing into focus that ratios are a comparison of 2 quantities, an essential piece of understanding for students and different from fractions that represent a part out of a larger whole. So I'll compare this here to our social studies standards, which we were really encouraged by educators to make very specific, to give a lot of clarity to educators and inform their classroom instruction. And I think that's really where our content work groups and the steering committee is heading when it comes to both ELA and math, is really strengthening the standards by making them more specific and clear for educators. We've gotten some feedback from committee members about their experiences so far. And you can see Roger Vance, the steering committee member from Bossier, shared how the work of the high school math group will streamline standards and make instruction more effective. Emily Howell from Lincoln Parish shared her overall experience with the process and the impact of collaborating with content experts from across the state. Here's a reminder of the timeline for the K-12 Louisiana Student Standards for ELA and math. After committee meetings wrap up this month, the LDOE will post the updated drafts for 2 months of public comment and then present those drafts to Bessie along with a summary of the public comment in October. We will then move our curriculum review process and our re-review of our posted high-quality materials. And optimally, Louisiana students and teachers will begin implementation of the revised standards during the 2026-2027 school year. And that concludes my update.
Thank you. Could you go back to that, I think, 1 slide back, please, 10? Dr. Brumley, obviously, whatever content standards we adopt will have an impact on testing and the nature of the tests. So could you just very briefly elaborate on how the testing preparation for new tests and the testing adoption would fit into this schedule?
Yes, sir. So you're absolutely accurate. So the standards drive the assessment because the things for which we would assess students would be the things that we would have expected the teachers to have taught the children over the course of the year as reflected by the standard. And so that is all a process that we're working through. We'll be coming more formally to the board in the near future on what that timeline looks like that kind of lays out all of these things, including those contracts relative to testing. But it's imperative that we secure and finalize these reading and math standards before we can begin development of any assessment that reflects them.
That was my point. And I guess it's fair to say that, so we really can't undertake.
This is the horse before the cart.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Any other questions, Mr. President?
I had 2. Thank you, Dr. Chason, for the update. And I'm sure we're going to get to this when we get to item 5.2, but can you go to slide 7, please? So on the skills development here, the first question I had was regarding it's like April 2 for Algebra 1. You know, some of the research that we've done to study item 5.2, one of the things that jumped out to me was that 55% of our 9th grade Algebra 1 test takers don't score mastery or better. So is there anything that we're doing either in the standards or other course preparation or whatever? And obviously I understand math is foundational. It's something we build up over time. But I'm just wondering if there's anything in the standards or in the course planning or whatnot that we specifically working on to address that concern.
I think that's a great point, Mr. Morris, because we know that, high school math does not have, a lot of our students are not proficient in high school math. And that's clear because when we look at that 4th through 8th grade band, we see that dip over time. So students aren't necessarily prepared to enter high school and access high school math courses. Yes, we've all seen that data slide when we look at that dip from 4th through 8th. I think that's driven a lot of our work when it comes to elementary and middle school math. And I think that's a lot of the conversation that's happening right now with this high school math committee as they talk about the standards, what is in the standards, the progression of the standards, the specificity. And I think to Dr. Brumley's saying that he just used, that is the horse. The standards come first. And so I think this standard revision process brings a great opportunity for us to bring clarity to those standards, to then bring greater resources and materials to teachers, more professional development. But I also think it starts before high school as well. And that's a lot of the work that we've been doing around math with things like our required math training for 4th through 8th grade teachers. That I think is just going to help to better prepare students to access that high school level math.
I appreciate all that, and appreciate that helps to build a foundation. But once you get to high school and you have the situation, what alternatives do schedulers have in that 9th grade year to prepare students who aren't ready for Algebra 1? What other courses or opportunities are there to better prepare those students? So maybe they take the test in the 10th grade.
I think that's a broader conversation, Mr. Morris. It's something that we've been having, especially when it comes to, when students take which math courses, and what's right for every student. I think that's part of a broader discussion about what students need as they enter high school.
But is there like a pre-algebra course or something like that exists today? Is it appropriate for them to take the required financial literacy class in their freshman year? Is that appropriate? Is that an alternative?
Can I help you out by answering that? That is appropriate, but it depends on what diploma you're on, because if you're on the TOPS diploma, there are 4 math courses that are aligned that they have to take. So it's the algebra, geometry, algebra 2, and then you have algebra 3, trig, etc. So even if you move that kid up to algebra 1 to give him some reinforcement in that 9th grade class, he still has 3 more math courses now to take in 2 years. And so he also has the EOC, the LEAP 2025 test that he also must take. So he kind of gets a little behind as you're trying to get him ready to take the test, because remember, there are 6 tests that they have to take. So I have kids, even they come in on a T9, we call them, and they have 5 years to graduate. Most parents don't want those kids to graduate in 5 years. They want them out in the 4 years, even though you have the cohort. So you're battling that part in the self-esteem of kids, but you're giving them reinforcement in 9th grade. 9 times out of 10, you're going to create a study hall or something that you can try to give them the reinforcement, because they still need to get those 24, 22 credits to graduate. So they're still progressing through the diploma.
Right. So, I mean, I appreciate it varies from student to student. Every student situation is different. I just wanted to get some appreciation for the options that are available. So that's my thoughts on that one. The other question I had was regarding June 27. I've expressed interest for applications for the standards, and if possible, how do we tie career pathways to those applications? And then, as I mentioned in the previous meeting, hey, is there an opportunity for an AI touch point for the career pathway so that students have some perspective, some vision for what that path forward looks like? So with the math practice standards on June 27th, can you help me out a little bit with what's going on there? Is that relative to applications, or what are we doing there?
It is, and I think those math practices, to your point, Mr. Morris, is going to be a really appropriate point to really discuss technology in math classrooms. We know that that's ever changing. And so I do expect that to come up in an in-depth discussion at that June 27th meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Dr. Armstrong?
Hey, Jim. Just a couple questions, okay? Your first slide, you identified like algebra as 9 through 12, although we do know that some systems offer it at 8th grade. does it matter that you're only specifying 9 through 12 here?
It doesn't.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that part. And I'm thinking, and Thomas, you may be able to help me with this, that as we're putting our more advanced students into the 8th grade algebra, am I correct that we have about 85% are at mastery or above, close to that? So our more advanced students are passing algebra at a higher rate, I think. That makes, okay, I thought it was a higher rate than that. My third question is for teachers, to help teachers. In grades K5, 6, 8, are we helping them in any way with pacing and curriculum mapping? Because I know especially, well, 4th grade, we know we have the dip, and then 5 through 7, what tends to happen is as we have these sequencing of units, they're having to do so much remediation at some of the earlier units that many times they don't get to measurement and data and geometry, which are the last 2 units in the curriculum. How can we support them with that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Armstrong. We talk a lot about pacing on my team, and one thing we have done is for the materials that we review, we do have pacing guidance that is accessible, to anyone around the state who's using some of our most commonly used curricula, a lot of which is our high quality instructional materials that we rate. But we also offer our team to help with individual pacing guidance. So if you have a 4-day week schedule, we see a lot of our systems who move to that 4-day week really struggle with math pacing and fitting in all of the content. So we do offer from our math team support for pacing for individual school systems. I think that is a constant struggle, is how do we fit in the math that needs to be taught within a year. It is a lot of content. I do think it is feasible. One thing that we greatly encourage is, rather than continuing to dip back to previous grade levels and offer a lot of remediation, we talk a lot about acceleration, which would be those prerequisite skills as you approach that grade level math. What are the exact prerequisite skills that students need for what they are about to learn? And that takes up a lot less time, and it's much more relevant for students lesson by lesson.
And I totally agree with you. I understand. Because what happens is if every grade, every year, they miss the last 2 units, they don't ever get them.
Yes, exactly.
And so we have
They
to
end up
find,
perpetually behind.
right, so we need some sort of sequential mapping to be able to do that and support them, but they can only continue as they're remediating the earlier units. So I understand your struggle.
Anybody else? Nope. One general question, is there any expectation that these standard changes would be substantive enough to require a big expense for the schools for buying new teaching materials of any sort? Or are these just going to be tweaks, my word, tweaks?
I think substantive changes in materials is not expected at this time.
That's what I kind of thought. I just wanted to put that on there. Okay, thank you. Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objections, the motion stands adopted. Thank you. Next item.
Your next item is on page 74, item 4.1, consideration of the authorization of course providers for the course choice program and reauthorization of successful course choice providers. The recommendation is to approve as outlined.
Okay, Dr. Clark moves and Mr. Castillo seconds. Any comments or questions? Any audience? Okay, any objections to the motion? Motion stands adopted. Next item.
Next item is on page 76, item 4.2, consideration of new and renewal extension academy school sites. The recommendation is to approve as outlined.
Okay, Ms. Mellerin moves and Ms. Champagne seconds. Do we have any questions, comments? Anybody from the audience? So any objection to the motion? Motion stands adopted. Next item.
I just want to note that I
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just need to note that I recuse with respect to item 4.2B.
Okay. 4.2, correct? Just 4.2.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now next item.
Your next item is on page 80, item 5.1, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators regarding remote school registration for military families. The recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent revisions to Bulletin 741.
Okay, Mr. Harris moves and President Morris seconds. Do we have any input? You want to make any comments? Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion stands adopted. Next item.
Your next item is on page 82, item 5.2, consideration of revisions to bulletins regarding civics and banking of scores. The recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent revisions to Bulletin 111 and Bulletin 118.
Dr. Armstrong, do you have a
I do have a motion.
substitute? I guess?
Substitute. I move that Bessie approve as a notice of intent only those components of Bulletin 111 and 118 policy draft specifically related to civics. That was the first part of that motion. Further, I move that Bessie send to the Accountability Commission and Superintendent's Advisory Council for review and recommendations regarding components of Bulletin 111 and 118 policy draft specifically related to banking of scores for students who store mastery or advance on high school LEAP 2025 assessments during the middle school. Bessie will also forward to the LDOE data-specific questions with responses to be provided at the August Bessie meeting.
Does everybody understand the motion? Mr. Birkin seconds. We have 4 audience members wish to speak. Now, this is a revised from what you had seen before, so understand that. Dr. Bentley, you want to come down? Mr. Zaffro, you want to come down? Let me see one. Miss Derrickson, you here? See you. Okay, well, I'm sorry, she was not wish to speak. This is from LABI, and also Barry Irwin, Leaders for a Better Louisiana, does not wish to speak. Both were in opposition, but I don't think they knew what they were, the new motion states, so.
So is our motion only for civics at this time? To approve, or, I mean, we still have to take action on that.
I'm sorry.
The first.
The new motion.
Yeah. It's combined. It's combined. It's one motion.
It's one motion.
But do we still have?
You made one motion. Correct. Okay. Dr. Bentley?
Thank you, Mr. Rappel. Thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to speak on this item. First, I just want to say thank you for your concern for students. One of the things that I appreciate about all of you, and many of you I have known for many years, is that when you see something happening that you think affects students negatively, you want to jump up and do something about it. And we so appreciate that, including in this instance. We too started hearing from parents about this issue a few weeks ago. And of course, given the nature of the issue, our first response was, well, if this is about course offerings, this is something that you should talk to your superintendent about. And if you don't get a satisfactory response, you should go to your school board members. Why are advanced courses like Algebra 1 being discontinued? Is there a teacher shortage issue? Is there no longer a demand? Are there financial issues? And then they started reporting back to us. No, it's really not any of those things. It has to do with accountability. And that was very disheartening. Last year, you passed a very strong accountability system, one that has received praise and recognition all over the country. You passed a strong accountability system that is clear, it's simple, it's focused on student progress toward proficiency, and most importantly, it is transparent and accurate for families so that they don't have to wonder how their school is serving students. They can tell in a very easy, transparent way. And so that's why we believe that we should be very careful not to open the door back to old incentive schemes that make schools look better, even if it's just a little bit. And in this case, schools that aren't even teaching kids the courses that we're talking about. We believe school leaders should do what's in the best interest of students and be responsive to families. And in this case, I know they're hearing from families, and I hope that they will be responsive to those families at the local level. Please do not accept and validate that this is solely an accountability issue. We don't believe it is. And we ask that you also not take actions to open the door or to weaken the new strong accountability system that you passed last year. Let's give it a chance to work. Instead, let's work together to serve the needs of all of our students and empower their families to access the courses and, if necessary, the schools that they need to make sure that their children reach their full potential. Thank you.
Stephen Zaffro. I'm the Director of Instructional Support and Accountability Contact for St. Charles Parish Public Schools. And I'll also add a former Algebra 1 teacher. I do want to speak in favor of the proposal to allow 8th grade Algebra 1 scores to be banked when students go to high school. And also add that our superintendent, Dr. Ortling, could not attend this afternoon due to a scheduling conflict, but he did want to convey our district support for the proposal, and also does think that this is important for our state's middle school students. In 2023-24, 152 of our 8th graders in our district took Algebra 1. Statewide, there were almost 6,000 8th graders who took Algebra 1. Algebra 1 is often thought of as a gateway course to higher level mathematics. Taking it earlier can grant more opportunities later on, opening up student schedules in high school. It can expose them to more challenging math sooner and can help set students on a path towards career in STEM. Keeping the banking provision encourages systems and schools to continue to offer this more advanced coursework to students in middle school. If banking went away, some schools and systems might continue to offer Algebra 1 in middle school. However, they would be doing so in spite of the incentives provided by the accountability system. Without banking, systems would actually tend to get better performance scores for not offering Algebra 1 in middle school. In short, doing away with banking would end a key incentive to do the better thing for kids. As a general rule, our state accountability system should incentivize the good practices for students that we want to see and not pull in the opposite direction. For those reasons, we ask that Bessie support the measure to update Bulletin 111 and maintain the banking of 8th grade Algebra 1 schools.
Thank you. Just what you outlined there, a part of it is exactly, I think, where we're all coming from. We want to see more kids in Algebra 1 in middle school, therefore opening up opportunities for them. That is the ones that are prepared for it. Opening up more opportunities for advanced mathematics in high school. So we agree at that point. The question arises in my mind, why wouldn't the school systems do what's ever necessary, bend over backwards to try to enhance more, attract more kids to Algebra 1 in middle school, rather than saying, well, I'm not going to get the points, so why bother? Put them off to high school. I don't understand why schools would have the attitude that you espouse the second part of your comments.
I think many systems would, including ours. I mean, we're obviously going to do what's best for our students first, but we think that when incentives do matter, when incentives are going in a contradictory direction to what is in the best interest of students, the temptation is there, kind of sets up a moral hazard to do the wrong thing. And our concern is really more statewide rather than what we would individually perhaps do as a district. So that's where we're coming from.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I personally think that incentives shouldn't be a consideration. It should be what's best for students. And I think you said it. What's best for students is to get more kids, as many as possible, in Algebra 1 as early as possible so they can take advanced math. I agree with you 1,000%. Anyway, thank you very much. Do we have any? Oh, Mr. Harris wants to speak.
I just have a couple of questions. This is pretty hot topic in my district over the last few weeks, months. I represent 19 parishes, so I have 19 superintendents. But I have a couple of questions that I want answered so that when I go back to my superintendents, I can answer them intelligently. First of all, is this policy now in our current accountability system? Do we allow banking?
I'm going to ask Thomas Lambert, Assistant Superintendent, to come to the table. As he comes to the table, I'll share that right now in the present formula, as mentioned earlier, this is allowed. But when we move to the revised formula, essentially where the student is enrolled, where the student is taught, where the student is tested, that would be the school that would receive or not receive the points for the child.
That was my
Thomas,
next
I
question.
don't know if
Yeah.
that's exactly right.
Okay, so my next question is, the superintendents tell me they were under the impression that banking was going to be in the new accountability system. And then all of a sudden it wasn't. So my question to someone, might be you, Thomas, why did we change it? Was it just to say, not to let another school get credit for the banking that we've been letting go on for years in the accountability system? And I understand that I'm being told that it's a minuscule points that would be awarded to the high school. And we'll find that out in this study. But I need to be able to go back to my district, and I need to be able to say to those superintendents and those people that are concerned about this is why we changed it. So give me a good concrete reason. If we've been doing it, why did we change it with the new accountability system?
For one thing, the accountability system that was revised becomes much more simple. So it removes a lot of these. The policy that is in place now is actually a pretty complex policy. It counts scores under certain circumstances, and then it says if they don't score a certain score, then if they retest by the end of the following year, then we do count that score. And if in 8th grade they score mastery, they get additional bonus points on top of the score that was earned in 8th grade, and that score goes to high school. All of that language no longer exists in the revised formula because it answers the question, how did the students that tested at the school do on the particular standardized test that was tested? So the accountability system was revised to become more simple, and all of that language no longer exists in the policy.
I get that. So, and I went through all that and I understand it. My concern is that the superintendents were under the impression it would still be in there. So I'm trying to find out a way to answer them on that. So we hear about what's good for the students in 8th grade about Algebra 1. I've heard it in my district that without this banking, that will incentivize some school districts to cut out Algebra 1 in middle school. I think that's totally stupid to do, but unfortunately it might be reality. So when we're talking about what's best for students, when we decided to simplify, I get it. I get that. But in this particular instance, did we consider it would be best for these middle school kids that are taking the Algebra 1, then they got to go to high school. They have the calculus. We just heard about how many classes in high school they might be behind or whatever. What was it better for students for us to do away with this?
I think if you looked at the body of research on students' success in algebra, there's a correlation between young people who historically have taken Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Correlations are really helpful until you put an incentive in place to change what that's measuring, right? At one time, there was a pure world in which people were just putting the right students who were ready in Algebra 1. When you start putting students who are not ready for Algebra 1 into those courses, then those correlations, once you start to mess with a measure, the measure starts to become less valuable. So you could imagine a world where if you're putting 15% of the students in the state of Louisiana in advanced coursework for math, but only 4% of students were advanced the year before, you're now taking students who were on grade level and they're skipping the entirety of 8th grade and going to algebra. And I'm not the standards person, but when you look at the 8th grade standards, it's integrated algebra and geometry connected. And students might get a false positive initially and look really good because they had a strong basis in algebra, but they missed the entirety of 8th grade pre-geometry essentially. And you might have a long-term negative effect on their ability to understand trig when they're trying to figure out how to put algebra and geometry together. So that was probably a way long-winded way of
Yeah,
trying to answer your
yeah.
question, and I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I was asking, and I get what you're saying there. I tried to follow it. I wasn't too good in geometry, but what I was asking, what's best for the student? If we, in our new accountability system, and we're hearing from superintendents that there are some school districts that may actually not offer Algebra 1, is that best for students?
I guess I would
May I
ask.
take a stab at it too? Yeah. You probably saw, Mr. Harris, an exchange between the Superintendent Association, our office, around this particular issue. And I think what's important is regardless of that system, that students are scheduled in the courses that meet their needs. And those students that are academically prepared and ready for Algebra 1 or English 1 in 8th grade should be given access to those courses. I think for our team's sake, looking at a ton of data, we're also concerned that maybe there are students that are being scheduled for those courses that aren't actually ready for those courses, and that they would benefit from what that 8th grade year of integration of those math skills would look like. And you would actually see, if they had that 8th grade year, them scoring a higher score on their Algebra 1 assessment as compared to what they're scoring by not having that 8th grade year. So I think beyond today, there also has to be a conversation around access, but also making sure that students that are prepared are the ones that are going into that, so that we're setting every kid up for success.
Well, I get that, but what does that have to do with this change in policy? I get what you're saying.
The policy that was initially proposed, the policy that was the initial draft is similar to what already exists today in the present formula. And it returns to that. The revised accountability system does not permit that bank to exist.
Right, and that's what we're discussing today.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to keep it to the basics of how it is today, what the concerns are of the superintendents, how does that affect the student? I'm just getting these questions. I'm not saying I'm far against it, but I need to be able to intelligently answer the question to my superintendents. And, I get it. I mean, in my business, I deal in facts and reality. I don't sit on a board that can dictate policy. And then that policy, the fact of that policy is it reduces opportunity for students. And we just defend that policy because it was our policy. I'm just trying to make sure that we have factual data, and I appreciate you doing it into a study, that we can make a decision on that instead of with our students in mind, and also with the concerns of the superintendents. Because it concerns me, they were under the impression, every one of them I talked to, that this banking would be in the new accountability system.
And we had Mr. Byler was there, members of my team. We met with the leadership of the association last week. I thought we had a really good conversation around this and other items. And so I don't want to speak for Mr. Byler, but one of the things I asked them was like, give us the best argument, not for argument's sake, but what's the best reason to continue with the policy that exists today as opposed to what is being proposed. And so that's what I had asked them to provide for me. And Mr. Byler, you may want to opine on that, but I just wanted to say, I thought we had a really good conversation around a number of these items.
And look, and I appreciate that, and I hope that we get that. I would like more information. I'd like to know just send me a blurb of what you were talking about and some of the reasons we are doing this and the reasons pro and con, because I've heard from people I respect on both sides of this issue. And I'm just trying to get a clear picture of it So when I go back and talk to my superintendents to make sure we're doing what is right as a board.
I think I think, Mr. Harris, really from our point on the development of that accountability proposal, it was just around simplicity of, where is the kid enrolled? Where is he taught? Where is he tested? That's the site that gets the score. That was
Right.
probably just the simplicity on our end.
And I get that. And sometimes when we change things, there are unintended consequences. We used to use that all the time in the legislature. And we moved to simplicity. I get that. But there may be an unintended consequence to the kids. And I want to make sure that that's not the case. And that's why I'm asking for this information, and hopefully we get it to your study.
And I want
Before
to
you start,
piggyback-
Dr. Armstrong.
Yeah, I do want to piggyback one question because you said something, and Kate and Dr. Brumley, you said something too. If it is the current policy, and Mr. Lambert, you addressed that there were some students that were in there that shouldn't be in the course. My question is, does the current policy say they have to be at mastery or exceeding? Or is that something we were just looking at for this new revision?
The language in that, so two parts to that. The language that you're pointing to about mastery, that policy language doesn't prohibit who can be in there. What that does is it takes the language from the old policy that banked any score that was at basic or above. Basic was where you started earning points in the old accountability system. And that mastery refers to when do we start banking. So any student under the proposed policy language that was initially discussed here, under that policy, any student who scored below mastery, their score would not go to the high school, and then the student would have to test by the end of the year. That's what that
Okay,
policy.
but what I'm asking is, would they even be allowed to
Yes.
take Algebra 1 if they, but right now, as this policy was, proposed initially that we'll study, we're saying that the students have to be at mastery or exceeding before going into Algebra 1. It doesn't say, because we said academically able students could go into that.
The policy language does not have any prohibition on students being enrolled. None of the policies, the historical policy or this policy draft.
And, you were talking about simplification, and it sounded very convoluted to me, so I have to look at it a little more. But I don't know how to simplify that process. We don't want to do it just for simplicity's sake. I'm kind of like, I want to do it for children. And so there may be a way to study it. That's part of the question. That's part of the research.
And the existing policy that is in place today, right, in the accountability system that we're living in right now, likely had unintended consequences also, right? The unintended consequence of incentivizing putting more students in 8th grade algebra, even though 4% of Louisiana students are truly advanced, right? So we might have a little bit of, the current system has an incentive that had an unintended consequence and is hurting some population of students and helping another population of students, and that we can look at.
Which is something to look at.
Superintendent Byler.
Yes, sir. Tommy Byler, Superintendent for Million Parish School System, also representing LAS as the Secretary Treasurer, will become the Vice President in June. Just a couple of things. I think to your point, Mr. Harris, I think the biggest not complaint, but the biggest concern from superintendents is as many robust conversations as we had about accountability, this was never discussed. In normal processes, everything always went to Superintendent Advisory Council. And so this was just shared to us on a system leader call, not knowing the intended, we don't know the outcomes of the new accountability system. We've sat there, we've accepted it, we're moving forward with that accountability system. But I do get offended, and with all due respect, when people say we're doing what's best for kids and don't play accountability. If you want to do what's best for kids, then do away with the accountability system. Because what's best for school systems, the reality is that we have to also, because when we become a D district, because we don't count 8th grade algebra scores, then what's that going to look like for us as a school system? It's still our school system. We're still teaching our kids. And I agree with you. I'd love to push our kids. I don't have a dog in this fight. Our district does not teach it in the 8th grade. We felt that we were missing too many standards for our high school geometry kids when we did it in the 8th grade. That's a system-wide decision that we made. But I'm speaking for the school systems such as West Baton Rouge, Zachary, those superintendents, Calcasieu, Superintendent Van Metter's in the back. Those school systems were just unaware that this was happening. And the reality is, and I know we've talked about, we've looked at statistics, but the reality is in this new accountability system, if I've got 100 bank scores that are coming, I've got 200 students, it's a great chance that those 100 eighth graders who took it are going to be mastery in advance. I would say about 95%. Then I'm going to test the other 100 in ninth grade, 25 to 30% may be mastery or above. That's going to give me a score of about 65 or 70 in our new accountability system. Well, with the new scorecard that we came out with, yes, it's simplistic, but when those 100 kids don't count, now my school system has a 25 in that column instead of a 65 or 70. When you add 10 scores up and divide by 10, that 25 is going to kill what would have been a 75. May not be a big idea, but that is in this new accountability system where we're going to set the scale the first time, we have school systems who very well could have been a B, who very well could be a D, because we're making a decision that no one had in. Our conversation with Dr. Brumley was very good conversation. We are willing to look at who should be taking it, who should be taking the test, who should be in those classes. We don't want to overput kids. I feel like kids miss some geometry skills when we do it. But I also feel that's not and I know people keep saying, well, the school who did it. That's a system-wide decision. No eighth grade school is calling me and say, hey, we're offering Algebra 1 without the superintendent approving it. Superintendents have made that decision, what's best for their system. Some of our smaller school systems teach Algebra 1 because that's the only place they can find a teacher in the eighth grade. Some of our school systems do not do it in the eighth grade because we don't have enough certified teachers for high school, and we're going to pull one to teach one section of eighth grade. I think there's way more unintended consequences and dynamics to this. I do respect the opinions of we shouldn't be doing things basically for accountability. I will give you that. But to say that we're not doing what's best for kids because of accountability, we're fooling ourselves. If we want to do what's best for kids, and there's a lot of things in the accountability system, then don't write my contract based on my accountability scores. Don't judge me based on accountability scores, because my system-wide superintendent contract is based on scores. So you're telling me that I'm going to take a 25 in algebra instead of a 75? We're going to make decisions ultimately that are not going to be best for kids, and I hate that. I don't have a dog in this fight for our system, but I'm going to fight for our superintendents that I represent as the incoming vice president for LAS. That is the conversations that we had. It didn't go through the proper channels, in our opinion. It didn't go through SAC. It didn't go through Accountability Commission. And if after discussion, we decide that's what's in the best interest and this board decides that, we live with it. Just like there's pieces of accountability. But to spring this on us in May, when school systems have already scheduled, go tell people, and to Ms. Bendeley's point, they're probably getting phone calls that say, oh, wait, our school system's canceling Algebra 1. That's a nightmare for you, for us, for all of us. We're not saying that it may not be what it ends up, but we just would like more time to look at it. We'd like for more time to study it. That's where the superintendent's concerns are. I know in your district, one of your districts has a tie-in with Barksdale Air Force Base that says you will teach Algebra 1 to the 8th grade. And so there's some consequences all over. I wasn't planning on speaking. We were going to speak, but I just wanted to, I don't like saying what's best for kids and accountability. Do away with accountability if you want us to do what's best for kids all day, every day. Thank you for your time. I will be happy to answer any questions if you need.
Thank you. Did you have a question?
Can I also add to that study, can we also look at the percentage of students that take algebra, that actually pass algebra, but there's also a lost percentage of students that take Algebra 1, English 1. They also take 8th grade English and 8th grade math. Because if those kids that are put in those courses don't pass Algebra 1 or English 1, they can't move forward. So most of those schools also are testing them in 8th grade math and in English. So I just want to make sure that we add that to that. And I'll say this, not to offend anybody. But when we say that there is a difference between fluff in the accountability system and incentives in the accountability system. And I don't know any system that does not want to be incentivized to continue to do a good job. So when we say, let's get rid of the incentives, I understand that. But again, we're still talking about educators who are professionals, who work hard, and who doesn't want an incentive to keep doing better? Everybody works on incentives. When you get a contract, the first thing you ask is, am I getting a bonus? What's my incentive? It's just part of human nature. And I think that in education, when do we get so streamlined and into theory to the point that we don't award practitioners who work hard and go above and beyond with an incentive? We want to keep moving us back to the professional world and treat educators like professionals, but then we keep bringing us right back and saying that you don't get to get this, you don't have this, you don't have this. It's a system. The system is only as good as parts. Let's treat its parts with incentives sometimes. It's not bringing fluff.
Anybody else? Mr. Burton?
Dr. Van Meter, you want to add anything? I know that your district
Howdy, Jason Van Meter, Superintendent for Calcasieu Parish. I am also, like Mr. Byler for banking, we do have a very strong and successful Algebra 1 section in 8th grade, several sections in 8th grade. What I heard today is that you want to do what's best for kids. So do we, right? So when we go to make decisions, like for example, we go to buy curriculum. So we had to buy curriculum, make decisions about curriculum and what's going to be in 8th grade curriculum for math, right? For those algebra. Do we continue to buy curriculum for algebra in 8th grade, right? We're going to keep everything the same for next year, but we got to wait and see what y'all are going to do, what's going to shake out, because the bottom line is we do want to do what's best for kids, but we also want to set up our schools for success too. And those schools have kids in them, right? And so when we have schools, for example, that if we would have that kid and push down something like, for example, some computer sciences, some things like that, and provide, if we end up shifting anything at all, we're number one, going to run it through pupil progression with our school board, but then also we're going to have to provide additional things to push those kids, right? You talked about wanting to make sure that we have kids in the right classes. We agree, because it's not in our best interest either to put kids in an algebra class that they're not going to be successful. And so what I would say to that, I'm not going to be speaking for the superintendents as a whole, but what I would say for Calcasieu is, cool. You want to make sure that just the kids scores who are successful get banked, and they don't want to get an extra chance if they're not, an incentive, in turn, having me put kids in there who don't belong and aren't ready for algebra, fine. Then from the jump, say whatever score you get on that test carries. And then what that's going to do is, you talk about incentivizing, that's also incentivizing districts to make sure that they have kids placed in the right classes. So that if it's a kid who's not ready for algebra and they still need additional 8th grade standards, then we're going to put them in an 8th grade class. So I welcome the opportunity to continue to look at this. What I would ask too is to not just look at the state as a whole, but also look at those districts who just offer, or just those districts also who offer 8th grade in algebra, right? And not just put everybody in one pot and say, okay, it's only going to go up, 0.2 of a point or 0.6 of a point or whatever. Look at what it would do to, a Barb High School, which is a very large high school, but offers also a very significant and robust algebra program in their field. Questions?
Mr. Harris?
Just briefly, I think it'd be helpful when we're discussing this, and other things. Part of the discussion was, well, we don't want one school to get the credit what another school did. But I think we need to look at this whole accountability and everything we discuss about it holistically. We're not just talking about schools, we're talking about school districts. And we're talking about a bunch of them, 70 some odd. So, it affects the district too. And that is what our accountability is set up from the district to the schools and everything. So I think as we discuss it, because most of the discussion around this was one school getting credit for something they didn't do. But his district is different from districts that don't offer what you offer. So I just wanted to put that in. It may clear some of the fluff, as my colleague down there said, at least in my mind on some of this when we're discussing it. Thank you.
I just suggested the point you just made raises an issue for this review process that we're going into. It is, do we accept that all the children in the state of Louisiana are pretty much the same? Therefore, why are some districts able to do Algebra 1 to a higher level than other districts? It's just a question. I don't have an answer and I don't have a suggestion, but I think that's a very important question, because if there's a success in your district, it fulfills the fundamental purpose that I personally have, and that is we want to push mathematics in general. We want to raise the bar and the standard and push it. That's just a question. So I think it's a subject that assuming this motion passes, we should look at as a differential across the state. Anybody, Mr. President?
So first of all, I just want to, message that I really appreciate the conversation from all stakeholders. From my perspective, I look at it from fundamentally from three perspectives: the student's perspective, the parent's perspective, and the school system's perspective. We all want to do what's best for kids, and we all appreciate every kid's coming from a different place in a different situation. There's no silver bullet that cures every kid the same way, right? When we think about what's in the student's best interest, then, we understand math is a building block process. If I don't have those fundamentals and I can't score mastery in algebra, the potential for doing well in calculus, that pathway doesn't look too bright, because we do need to build the fundamentals. And to Mr. Lambert's point earlier, if only 4% of our students are scoring advanced in 7th grade, but yeah, we've got 15% of the students taking Algebra 1 in the 8th grade, that gives some explanation for why 15% don't score mastery or better. Do we really have the right people, right kids in the right class? Are they really ready for it or not? So I appreciate the argument about, we need more students in Algebra 1, so we enable them to get to the calculus class. I get that. But if they don't have the foundation to pass or to score mastery in the Algebra 1, the opportunity or the potential for them to get to that advanced class is minimal, based on my personal experience with 25 hours of calculus at LSU 30 years ago. So when I look at the student's perspective, we want to place students, schedule students where they're ready. So how does the accountability system come into play on that one, right? So that school systems are incentivized appropriately. Superintendents do have clauses in their contract that provide financial incentives for performance. My understanding is that this whole discussion is about 0.6 of a point on a 100-point scale. And that estimate comes from Superintendent Byler's explanation that if the high schools don't get credit for the middle school work, then you take those students out of your 9th grade testing population, and basically you dilute your 9th grade testing population, where we know that 55% of those students don't score mastery. So we wouldn't expect as good a results. So then we get to, again, with the accountability system, where are we going to incentivize this or that or the other to drive desired outcomes? If we move to a system where we're providing double incentive for the population of 15% of those 8th graders, what are we doing for the population of 55% that don't score mastery at the 9th grade level? Should we be providing double credit there, double incentive there, so school systems shift more resources there? How do we justify double credit for 15% of the population, but yet we're not going to provide double credit for 55% of the population that don't score mastery. I struggle with that. And then the school district gets credit for the 8th grade performance. The question seems to be the high schools getting credit, so that the district would get credit for middle schools and the district would also get credit for high schools, even though high schools didn't do anything. That seems to be the sensitivity on that one. If we really want to provide our parents with a transparent view of what's going on in the building, then what are the high schools doing? What are the middle schools doing? Why would I send a message to parents that my high school's got this score? Oh, sorry, but it's based on work they did in middle school. To me, that's what's transparent about that. And then the thing that probably bothers me more than anything else on this whole topic is the message that we're sending to kids about values. I could ask Mr. Lambert to come up here, but I've already heard the story about the security measures that are in place during LEAP testing. My understanding is they're doing searches for calculators, you know, when you're not supposed to bring the calculator in for the LEAP test. All kinds of security measures to make sure that somebody's not taking credit for somebody else's work. There's an honor code in every school. We're trying to teach kids the values that that parents want to know their kids are getting. And so that's what we're teaching kids is how important it is. All these conversations about AI and using AI, you're using somebody else's work, you're not giving them credit for it. But yet as adults, we're saying the means to the ends is, well, let's take credit for somebody else's work because that's how we look better in public. In my mind, if we want to give double credit in 8th grade for 8th graders to take algebra, because we want more kids to take algebra, even though we've got demonstrated numbers that 15%, you know, aren't ready to go. But if we decide as a board that that's what we want to do is give double credit for 8th graders to take algebra to provide more incentive for that, I just don't see how we can pass the red face test that we've satisfied the integrity question. And that's probably what bothers me the most. There's so much concern in the general public right now about credibility for our government, politicians in particular. And here's a very good example where we could set an example and we could recognize the values I think that we all believe in, and that we shouldn't be taking credit for somebody else's work. That's the thing probably that bothers me the most. Thank you.
Just one quick comment. I think, Mr. President, if you had AI back then 30 years ago, you wouldn't have had to have 30 hours of calculus. Anyway, Mr. Harris.
Just real quick, I respect the president's opinion, but where was that opinion for the last accountability system for 10 years? That's not, we've been banking, and it's not like other schools are getting credit and we're doing something nefarious. And I'm not saying I'm either for or against it. I'm gonna wait to get all the data, but we've got to look at it holistically. Maybe a school system like his wants to set up the 8th grade and have calculus and everything in high school, and that's part of the whole process, not just one school doing the work and the other school getting the credit. Maybe that was thought through in a strategic way. So I just wanted to say, I'm a little uneasy saying that we're trying to do something, or the superintendents or whoever initiated this, to take credit where credit isn't due. I think we need to go through the whole process of discovering the data, getting the study done, and then we'll be able to ascertain if that's the issue or not. So thank you. And thank you for your comments, Mr. President.
Mr. Birkin?
And then to add to it, then go to the proper committees that we talked about through the proper process so that we do vet it properly. But I respectfully call for the vote.
And then I'd like all board members, if you don't mind, send me your questions so that we can get a comprehensive list of questions. For Dr. Bromley, we'll send those to you and hopefully like within a day or two. Is that okay?
Okay, you want to say something? What's that?
Send the questions, not expect the
Yeah. All right, anybody else wanting to ask a question or make a comment? All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have any objections to the motion? There's no objections. The motion stands adopted. Thank you. Next.
All right, your next item is item 6.1 that was distributed to you. Consideration of the summary of public comments and agency response concerning public comment received in reference to the May 20th, 2025 notice of intent regarding Bulletin 1508, Pupil Appraisal Handbook. The recommendation is to receive this PACAR, authorize Bessie staff to submit the summary report to the Legislative Oversight Committees, and direct Bessie to proceed with the August 2025 final adoption.
Okay, Mr. Birkin moves and Dr. Armstrong seconds. You want to make some comments?
No, the recommendations are outlined. If you have additional questions, Ashley Townsend can come up, but otherwise, your recommendation is available.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments about this issue? Hearing none, is there any objection to the motion? There's no objection, so the motion stands adopted. Is that the end?
That concludes your agenda.
Thank you very much.